Joining us now is Ogio Playboy Stories trending around the world. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Abati. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
Ayo.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great.
Rufy on fire. How are you this morning?
I
want to start today on a very exciting note, as always. Well, you guys, over the weekend, one of our interns at Arise News Digital, Francis Saliu Ibefor, was named the best graduating student from mass communications at the Pan-Atlantic University in Lagos. Francis graduated with first-class honors with a 4.79 GPA. She's just one of the many talents we have here at Arise News, and you can see some of her writing on our website, arise.tv. Wow. You know that we always win at Arise. I mean, if it's not, our producers, it's Dr. Ruben Abati Ayo, Rufy on fire, Femi. We're doing really well. Congratulations, Francis.
Thank you. But you have not been doing the implications.
You know I'm always up to the task.
Do it.
Okay,
do
Friday.
It.
Hey! You guys. Well, of course, congratulations, Francis, and to the Arise News channel. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending with a very disturbing video showing the assault of an officer of a call by a female motorist. In the video, the woman could be seen slapping and kicking the FRSC officer who impounded her vehicle at the Lekki Unit Command General Operations area in Lagos. Well, let's take a look at this video before we come back for a discussion.
One. Don't enjoy. That is about where is it? It's outside. It's okay. Leave her. Don't touch her. Leave her. Release him now. Release his body. Oh, that's what I said. You are fighting in the office. I said something.
I mean,
carry this woman.
Close your mouth, Ayo. You can close it now.
You know what? And a man will carry this woman put.
Yes.
House.
I mean, the restraint, though, really. That officer needs to be
this is
awarded.
I'm not. No, this is.
He needs to. Let me just say. Okay, go on. You're going to say.
I wanted to say that this lady was. She was just, a passenger in the vehicle. And obviously, they said that the vehicle's inspection had expired since 2022. And they seized her car. I mean, what more did she want at the moment?
I like this video because it brings balance.
Yes.
Usually we bring the other side.
Yes. Yeah.
Where it's the FRSC or VIO violating or assaulting a citizen or someone who is driving. But to see the other side is shameful.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this woman? I'm sure that, I hope he would file charges against her for assault.
I think
these are the kind of things, and this is where we now praise these men and women who have to face this kind of assault, especially from big men who are protected, slaps, assaults here and there. And so when we insult them, or when we let me not use the word insult, when we criticize them for being high-handed, let's also give them kudos for the kind of hardship they face on the roads and the kind of people they meet. Nigerians are angry. Nigerians are frustrated. Well, some Nigerians are angry and frustrated. And they pour out this frustration at any given chance that they have. There is no excuse whatsoever for that woman's behavior. None. I don't care if she was provoked, no matter what happened. And I don't know why the people were watching around her just kept and were just looking at her. She was slapping and kicking. Who is she?
I mean, really, this was such a sad incident. Dr. Abati, a quick second.
This incident occurred on November 7 on the Lekki Expressway. As you said, the woman was a passenger in the vehicle. The driver did not drag anything. What was the issue? FRSC officials, having accosted the driver, discovered that the vehicle papers had expired in 2022.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And because of that, they wanted to impound the car. And this woman decided to jump into it.
I don't understand.
Some people have some kind of combative, aggressive, character. She had nothing to do with it. And she was the one fighting and all of that. But the issue is here. Number one, assaulting an officer in the course of his work or obstructing the course of justice is an offense. And appropriately, the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Commission, FRSC, has ordered that the Corps Commander in Lagos and the Route Commander should make sure that this woman is prosecuted.
Yes.
In fact, the police had to be called in to restrain her.
Yeah.
Only God knows where she found that kind of energy from, to be so aggressive. So that matter, I think it should be diligently, and it should be diligently prosecuted. And number two is that the Corps Marshal is asking for the cooperation of the public to enable FRSC to be able to do its job. As has been pointed out, this is what, uniformed officers usually face. People resisting arrest, people breaking the law. We live under an umbrella of gross lawlessness, both on the part of citizens and also on the part of some law enforcement officers. But we have to keep saying that the law must be respected. Otherwise, we'll be living in an Obesian state where people can just do what they like. But the difference between us and animals is that there is a regime of law that governs how people behave. But some Nigerians believe that they are above the law, no matter their level, because I don't know what gives this woman the confidence
to
think that she can take on men.
It's good that we brought balance to this story, really, but there'll be an investigation.
It's
What?
not even a car.
It wasn't her cow. I don't know what the problem was. Well, she might also need some psychological evaluation because that's really what it seems to boil down to at this moment. So women, they beat her. You said that before.
The officer did well, by not beating her, by not assaulting her.
He deserves an award. Well, all right, we'll take another story now. The hashtag Free Dele Farotimi has become even louder on social media after a federal high court in Ekiti State granted the human rights advocate a 50 million naira bail with one surety. The presiding judge in the case on Monday asked the surety to provide evidence of 2 years tax clearance and a letter of consent from the bank. Farotimi, who is being accused of spreading false information against senior advocate of Nigeria, Afe Babalola, was seen in a video shepherded by police officers to the courtroom in handcuffs, eliciting a flurry of reactions. This was quite the story yesterday when we saw Dele Farotimi in handcuffs. Nigerians, of course, reacted. Let me take this tweet from Festus Ogun, who wrote, Dele Farotimi in handcuffs. The other picture, Yahaya Bello walking majestically, tale of two justice systems. This was quite the tweet. Hashtag Free Dele Farotimi. Aisha Yusuf wrote, putting Dele Farotimi is what something, putting him in handcuffs is what something will humiliate him. Really, in a country where criminals illegitimately occupy offices, the last laugh is on them. If not for Dele's book, we would have ended up allowing zeros to go to the grave as heroes. Well, also on Monday, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, visited Afe Babalola, the senior advocate of Nigeria, at his office within the Afe Babalola University in Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti state capital, where they had in-depth discussions on critical issues, including the situation of the activist and lawyer Dele Farotimi. After his visit, Peter Obi proceeded to the prison facility where the activist is being held. Well, during a private meeting, Peter Obi expressed solidarity and engaged in a candid exchange aimed at addressing the prevailing challenges he's facing. I mean, this visit, a lot of people had mixed reactions with, the photo of Peter Obi seeming to go to appeal to the senior advocate of Nigeria. Let me take Omoyele Showore's tweet. He wrote, I condemn those who went to beg Chief Afe Babalola today over the unjust detention and persecution of Dele Farotimi. The delegation led by Peter Obi did colossal injustice to the struggle to drain the swamp of judicial criminality in our country. Obi's action is like forcing Rosa Parks to return to the back of the bus of racial injustice during the civil rights era in the United States. The struggle continues. Hashtag free Dele Farotimi now. Your thoughts on Peter Obi's visit, Rufai?
Okay. So I'm going to be using a lot of Yoruba analogies. There's some people that have talked about why did he go and beg Chief, what's it called, Chief Afebabala and all of that. You know, the first angle to that is, who were those that were there? Did he beg? That's the first question. Where's the empirical evidence that he went there to beg Chief Afebabala?
None.
You know, I keep talking about evidence and I keep talking about facts because facts are sacred. I've also seen a write-up by a certain Dr. Mo that was part of that delegation that responded. I didn't talk anything about begging, but they said they had critical conversations.
They had critical conversations. That's what I read on.
The Yoruba analogy I wanted to pull was, this could also be a conversation around Agbejo and Ikoda Agba-Oshikane because he met with the two parties, the two fighting in this matter.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you can access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rates to fund any business.
After he met with Chief Abebolola, he met with Dele Farotimi. So he met with both parties. So the idea of beg, I don't know about that. Maybe if, you know, the people that claim that there was begging here and all of that can provide evidence. But as regards even the conversation about begging, and I keep asking the question that in society, how long are we going to beg our oppressors in this country? And I'm just talking in general terms as regards begging now. Yoruba, there's only Yoruba saying, oh, how long are we going to keep begging people that oppress us, our political leaders that can't provide for us, that has cost us in this hardship? Because we live in a society where they say, oh, our political leaders are leaders in general. And you have to be careful. They hold, after God is government, they hold the ace to our lives. But this ace to our life is only them and their families that it benefits. It doesn't benefit anybody. They are the ones that are getting richer. Their generation yet unborn are getting richer. So that's for me in the general terms as regards begging. But this conversation, I, in my own estimation, think to a large extent, it was right to go see both parties that were involved.
Yes.
What they had conversations, maybe if they did a transcript of what they had conversations about, we can know who begged or not.
Well, I guess we will see
That's
a tweet from Peter Obi in the course of the day.
Somebody that was there, Dr. Mo, had
yes,
tweeted.
That's
and
what
he didn't talk anything about
didn't say
begging.
anything about that. But I'd love your thoughts on the image of Dele Farotimi coming out in handcuffs from the courtroom.
So this is what we've consistently said. I mean, we've had an extensive conversation. This is the matter, but it's the way that justice seems to be dispensed in favor of one party to the other, or how people seem to get the short end of the stick of justice when there's an ox to go on. So that's the challenge we have there. Yahaya Bello, as well as a lot of other people who they have criminal cases to answer, are alleged to have stolen tons of money, work freely, they get invited by the EFCC, they walk in majestically, they are not abducted, transferred to a different state. And so you wonder, how do we measure these things? What threat did Dele Farotimi pose as to have him in handcuffs? What he just demonstrated was just to humiliate him. It seems like it was a plot or ploy to humiliate him. And guess what happens, unfortunately? It was, without being prejudiced, what it makes him is a hero. When you put people like this who are meant to face the law, you make them heroes. It's heroic for them. And so you only increase their supporters base. And the injustice that it seems like makes people more sympathetic to his case and more upset with the agitators.
Right.
And there was no justification. I don't see a reason why he had to be put in handcuffs, especially when we've seen a number of times people who have more significant charges against them, not in handcuffs.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that, today is International Human Rights Day, and it just comes at this time. I believe that we're hearing that Dele Farotimi has just arrived the Chief Magistrate Court for his hearing at this moment. But before I come to you talking about human rights, Dr. Abati, in the meantime, activist and lawyer Deji Adeyanju, has claimed that the Imo State Police Command have refused to release his client, musician Speed Darlington, who was arrested in October over a petition of defamation written against him by Grammy Award-winning musician Burna Boy. Speed Darlington was rearrested in November for jumping bail. On the post on X, Adeyanju stated that the singer has not been released, nor has he been charged to court. Let me read Deji's tweet. He wrote,
"If you've purchased a faulty car, you can get a massive payout like this and get your entire car loan paid off for free. Take Tyler, for example. He purchased
the police refused to release Speed Darlington or take him before a judge to face trial on the childish excuse that the last time they released him to me, he traveled to the United States. This narrative is false because we told them he was going to the US to return." I mean, Dr. Bati, we are seeing the same sort of case here, defamation, human rights violation, as it seems to be at this moment.
Okay, let me start with the Speed Darlington case. What I suspect Deji Adeyanju is bringing up is the right of any accused person, whatever the offense may be, to fair hearing. Sections 35 and 36 of the 1999 Constitution, which says that your right to fair hearing includes your offense being explained to you in the language you understand, you being taken to court within 72 hours, you being allowed to have a lawyer of your own. If you cannot afford a lawyer will be provided for you. And then, of course, you'll be given the opportunity to defend yourself, 35, 36. Now, if we say that he has not been charged to court since the matter was incidented, then of course that would be an abuse of his right, the accused person's right to fair hearing. There was also something in the narrative about jumping bail and all that. Well, persons who are on, a court bail, they are not supposed to jump bail, but you have to place that against the terms of the bill.
The terms of the bill.
What are the terms of the bill?
Which Deji is claiming here that they told them.
Even if the person needs to travel, it will have to be, you have to see the leave of court.
Correct.
Simple logic in that regard. Now, on the Dele Farotimi case, yes, the optics, putting him in handcuffs for a bailable offense, didn't look quite good. But they will claim that, this is a case of criminal defamation. He has not shown any proof that he will be a flight risk in any way. There's been no, point in that regard. He himself is also entitled to fair hearing, like all accused persons, whatever the offense may be. Now, about Mr. Peter will be intervening. I'll just make a small point that, look, in any legal proceeding, there's a room in our jurisprudence, as it is now, as it has evolved, for what is called alternative dispute resolution. There's room for mediation. There's room for intervention by third parties. If third parties intervene and the parties involved say, we have agreed on out-of-court settlement, or we have agreed that, look, we don't want to pursue this matter any further, they will approach the court. The court is not going to frown at either out-of-court settlement or alternative dispute resolution, particularly in cases like this, defamation, bailable offenses and all of that. So Mr. Peter will be intervening as a third party. He has not done anything that is wrong.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
One of the most extraordinary evenings of my life.
Whether you say he went there to prostrate for Chief Afefe Babalola. Chief Afefe Babalola is 95. Peter B must be like 61, 62. So, and he's a very respectful man, whatever the circumstances.
Absolutely.
But the thing to note is that, there's something called third-party intervention, mediation, alternative dispute resolution in our jurisprudence. It's not everything that is settled in court. Certain things can be settled
out of court. Okay, Dr. Bati, I respect that opinion as well. Well, the hashtag is on, free Dele Farotimi now. I mean, he's in court. We will follow up on the story. Let's now shift gears. We'll take another story. The father of Ebonyi State Governor, Chief Ezekiel Wifuru Nwankwo, who's said to have married 30 wives, has now been crowned king. Governor Wufuru presented
A federal high court in Ado-Ekiti has granted a 50 million naira bail to human rights lawyer and activist Dele Farotimi over alleged 12-count cybercrime charge against him by the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun. Farotimi was arraigned last week before a magistrate court in Ado-Ekiti over the petition written against him by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Afe Babalola, over an alleged defamation in his book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Judicial System. The Inspector General of Police, however, filed a fresh suit against Farotimi before the Federal High Court over a 12-count charge bordering on cybercrime. Presiding Judge Justice Babs Kwewume disagreed with the prosecutor, Samson Osubo, who argued against the bail application. Justice Kwewume, in his ruling, granted the defendant a 50 million naira bail in like sum, with a shorty resident in Ekiti. The court also ordered that the defendant must submit his international passport to the court and adjourn the case till January 29, 2025 for commencement of hearing.
Charge was read to him. 12-count charge bordering majorly on providing online information that can cause breakdown of law and order. He pleaded not guilty to the 12-count charge, upon which Enso Oshobu Esquire, counsel for the prosecution, applied for him to be remanded again at the Ado-Ekiti Correctional Center. Of course, that application was posed by the lead counsel, that Professor Festus Emery, leading Rafun Woke and my humble self as the lead counsel of the defense team. On that basis, the court admitted it to obey one shorty in like sum, 50 million naira in like sum, and then, of course, the shorty must have a property in Ekiti State, and then he must also have a title deed, which he or she will furnish the court.
It should be recalled that Chief Afe Babalola is Senior Advocate of Nigeria and founder of the Afe Babalola University in Ado-Ekiti, Abuad, had petitioned the police in the state, alleging that Mr. Farotimi defamed him in his book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. We are now being joined by Babatunde Kwame Ogala, a Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Good morning, BK Ogala, SAN, for joining us on the program.
Good morning, Dr. Ruben.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good to see
Ruben.
you. Well, there's been so much.
Good to be on your show again.
Yeah, there's been so much concern about this case of defamation between Mr. Dele Farotimi, or between Chief Afe Babalola and Mr. Dele Farotimi, and the state intervening. Now, so much confusion. If you could just help us untie some of the knots about jurisdiction, about whether it's a criminal offense or a civil wrong, and whether Ekiti State is the best place to file the matter, and all of this back and forth, and whether, in fact, being an activist gives you express powers as an individual under Section 39 to write whatever you like about anybody in society, and whether Chief Afe Babalola has the right to even raise a query. I'm sure you know all the
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruben. Yes, well, in discussing the issue, I would want to be conscious of the fact that the matter is sub judice. So there are areas I would rather not delve into, especially the issues that have been put before the courts. But having said that, I will start from your starting point on the subject of jurisdiction. A lot has been said about jurisdiction. Some have even argued, albeit perhaps not having knowledge of the law, that because the alleged defamatory comments were made in a book published in Lagos, Lagos ought to be the place where the court should have jurisdiction. But that is not so. When a publication is made, it is published to the whole world, not just to Lagos. More so in these days of internet, where everything is thrown up in the internet, like in this book, which I understand is even available on Amazon, and a lot of people are reading it even on their mobile phones all over the world. So it's a matter of where the person who is allegedly defamed resides or elects, or where the publication is brought to his attention that can come, that has jurisdiction. So jurisdiction is limitless. It is not confined to just the place where that book was published. If you write something defamatory about me in America and I get to read it in Lagos, I can't exercise my rights in Lagos, Nigeria. So in this case, that book having been widely published and widely read, and the complainant in this case, the nominal complainant, Chief Afe Babalola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is resident in Ekiti, and that is where he had become aware of this alleged defamatory comment. What then was his choice? That is his domicile. So he lodged a complaint. Again, that takes me to the issue of whether it's criminal or civil. Under the Criminal Code Act, it is a criminal act. There's criminal defamation. And then there's a civil defamation, which also can run pari passu. In the criminal defamation, Chief Babalola, or indeed any person who lays a complaint, is at best a complainant. He has laid a complaint about criminal defamation, and which body is empowered to deal with criminal issues? It is the police and indeed other law enforcement agencies who can investigate and elect to prosecute or not prosecute. If they find merit, they proceed to prosecute. They could also prosecute directly or through the Ministry of Justice. In this case, the police, being so empowered, have elected to go on direct prosecution, both under the Cybercrime Act and under the Criminal Code Act, because the matter before the Court of the High Court is charged under the Cybercrime Act, while that in the Magistrate Court is charged under the Criminal Code. So they are two distinct. The police have now elected to exercise their powers to prosecute, haven't been satisfied that they find a case for prosecution, they find a case for prosecution pursuant to the petition of the nominal complainant, in this instance, Chief Afe Babalola.
All right.
While that does also not stop Chief Babalola, if he so elects, to also embark on civil prosecution for libel, if he so wishes. And then the rest is for the courts to determine. Now the matters have been submitted for judicial interpretation and intervention. It is best for us to just let the courts decide one way or the other.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for breaking it.
Yes. I can continue.
Oh, okay. Let me come in, and then you can possibly add to your response to the question. Thank you for breaking it down for us. I think it's really important. But there's also, and I'm glad you mentioned the police, because there are questions raised about the manner in which the police handled the arrest, and in some cases has been described as the abduction of Mr. Farotimi from Lagos to Ekiti State, and then presenting him to a magistrate in Ekiti, and the conversation around jurisdiction, even in that regard, that the magistrate proceeded to remand him in custody following the hearing yesterday, where they've now granted him a bail of 50 million naira and others. But can you please throw more light on the jurisdiction of that? Did they have jurisdiction, especially now that it's come to light that defamation is not a criminal, is not termed as criminal in Ekiti State?
I think that is just what I've just addressed now. The Criminal Code Act, it's a federal law which is applicable across the country. And the magistrate courts, I mean, I don't know where the misconception comes from that a magistrate court does not have jurisdiction to try certain classes of offenses because they are federal offenses. That is a total misconception of the law. Nothing deprives the magistrate as long as it is within its permissible limit, albeit either the kind of sentence it can impose or the fines or penalties or that it can impose within its limits. What is the punishment for this criminal libel, criminal defamation, as it were? 2 years imprisonment or thereabouts. Is it within the powers of the magistrate to impose that? Absolutely yes. So I don't know where that misconception is coming from, that you cannot take it to a magistrate. It's a total misconception. And of course, we can understand sometimes a lot of persons argue things without knowledge. We can understand that Nigerians, everybody is a lawyer and a judge, adjudicator. So it is incorrect to say the magistrate does not have jurisdiction. And that offense is charged or was charged under the Criminal Code Act, a federal law applicable in southern Nigeria.
Californians are looking for leadership to resist Trump's assault on our climate. Someone who follows through and won't.
In southern Nigeria, in some states, yes, they have made their, like in Lagos, for instance, they have made their own criminal laws, which, may have eliminated and perhaps iniquity. But that also does not repeal the federal law. Until it is repealed, it remains the law.
No, so
that is on one side.
Mr. Gala, good to see you again. Rufai here. This is Chidi Odinkalu's.
Rufi Fire.
Good to see you, sir. How are you, sir? Good.
Chidi
Odinkalu said 3 years ago, this was part of the article Chidi Odinkalu wrote, said 3 years ago, Ekiti State enacted into law the criminal law of Ekiti State, number 12 of 2021, which repealed and replaced the state pre-existing criminal code law of 2012, comprising 9 parts, 429 sections, 140 pages, blah, blah, blah. Section 70 of that only contains the crime of causing disaffection or breach of public praise through offensive publication, but it's a simple offense punishable by 6 months. And Odinkalu was saying that's not the issue, in this case. He further said in his article, I quote, he said, last week, on the 3rd of December, a president of NPF has said Dele Farotimi from his residence in Lagos, where the crime of criminal defamation is similarly unknown to law. They raced him through state line to Okiti, where they detained him. The following morning, on the 4th of December, the police arraigned Dele for a magistrate court in the state capital. It is important because the gist of the charge popularly prevailed against Dele Farotimi before the magistrates in Ekiti is precisely criminal defamation, which is not a crime in Ekiti State. How do you respond to Chidi Odinkalu here?
Well, you see, we are both, Chidi, my friend Chidi is a lawyer like I am. And, if all lawyers agree on an opinion, on an issue, if we all express the same opinion, there will be nothing for the courts to do. And there will be nothing for us to argue. Chidi has expressed his opinion. That is his opinion, which I don't necessarily share. But again, where are we today? Perhaps this is also a litmus test for all of us, and it's going to add to our jurisprudence. The issues have been tabled before the courts. For the advocates like me that may believe that the courts have jurisdiction, we will canvass the argument. The best thing for the lawyers of the defendant in this matter, Mr. Dele Farotimi, what should they do? There have been a lot of talk here and back and forth. First thing first, bring a notice of preliminary objection and tell the court it has no jurisdiction. Tell the court that this offense is unknown to the laws in the Ekiti State, and let the prosecution also bring forward its argument. And the courts will determine one way or the other. I mean, for me, it is even going to be good for our jurisprudence for the courts to determine one way or the other. However, the leading authority on cross-jurisdiction, cross-border jurisdictional issue is the celebrated case of Injovens versus the state, where an offense, part of it was purportedly committed in Oyo State, and Patrice Injovens, I think, Injovens and Rede and the rest of them were tried in Kwara and convicted. And this was upheld by upheld by the Supreme Court. So on this subject, it's neither here nor there. A school of thought, like people like me, believe the Ekiti courts and the magistrate court in Ekiti has jurisdiction, while the Ochidi Odinkalus also believe it does not. So it's neither here nor there. But the jury is out there for all of us. Let the lawyers of the defendant, Mr. Dele Farotimi, I'm advising openly and publicly now, let them bring a preliminary objection or bring an application for the charges to be quashed on the premise that the court has no jurisdiction. I believe by now, if they would have filed such application and let it be heard and determined one day or the other, one way or the other, so we don't go forward and backward. There will be no end to the opinions that will be expressed by lawyers on this subject. Okay. But like I said, there are two distinct things. There is the Federal High Court angle, which is under the Cybercrime Act. I believe, again, even at that, nothing says it's casting iron. It's the Federal High Court that has granted bail now. I think that of the Magistrate Court, I understand, is coming up today. Let's see what this, and the application for bail is also there pending. We see how that also will pan out. Okay, let me bring up two things. I had asked you earlier, I don't think you got to that point, about, a subject I tried to report earlier on, Unikepo Braithwaite's piece today in this day, the lawyer section, when she said, activism is not a license to defame. Because in all of these discussions of this subject, absolutely, I've had people say, under Section 39, an activist can say what he or she likes. Is that a defense in defamation? And then secondly... I've read that too, and that is only laughable. It's just like telling me, because you are in the media, you are at liberty to defame anybody. You have a freedom of speech, but your freedom of speech is also subject to my own rights. And Dr. Abbott, if I may digress, in our days in The Guardian, we dealt with a lot of these issues. You were on the editorial board. I was the legal advisor back then. We know these things. It's if you recall, in those days, even by the time you write editorials, adverts, they are brought to me to screen to ensure that they are also not defamatory, and we put in place measures like even a kind of a guarantee or indemnity in case it's trying libelous. So whoever is saying that's been an activist, who really is an activist, really? Who really is even the press does not enjoy that. Even the press, not to talk of somebody who wakes up and says, I'm an activist. So if I come on channels now and I elect to call Dr. Abati or my dear Rufi Fire, all manner of names, and then they say, what's your defense? I say, look, I am an activist. That is laughable when I hear that. And those who also say it is trying to stifle free speech and all of that. You have freedom of speech. That is absolute. But that is correct. But I also have freedom, right to my dignity. You cannot just go and defame me and then say you want to walk away because you are the media or whatever. Even in the media, that's why you have legal departments to guard against some of these things. And there have been celebrated cases, Okunu and Shoyinka and the rest of them, where book publishers have even been found liable to have defamed others. And there are several authorities on that. So you go to the second one as well. I can. Okay, yes. Also I was saying secondly, and this has to do with the administration. Some people have said, and I'm sure you must be aware of this, that Dele Farotimi has been targeted because he was anti-Tinubu during the 2023 general elections. And there has been an attempt to say that, it's actually the Tinubu group that is fighting Dele Farotimi using Chief Afe Babalola as a proxy, attacker. So they say. I think that is most ridiculous and insulting. on insulting Chief Afe Babalola, a revered icon, a legend, a prominent Nigerian educationist and lawyer who has put in 63 years of legal practice and risen to the very highest peak of the profession as mentored judges, senior advocates, and the best of this profession. Of course, without talking about one of the best educationists with the establishment of his university and farmer. So imagine that. It's even for those who say that, I hope somebody will also caution them to be conscious of the fact that they too may be liable for defamation for saying such. I mean, let's take it back. February 95, being used by what to achieve what, by who to achieve what, and going political. Dele Farotimi was on the Peter Obi's campaign trail. He was a member of the campaign committee. Chief Abebe also publicly and openly supported Peter Obi in that election. So, like others, they will not say Chief Abebe is a turncoat Abi. He has also turned coat at 95. I think it's ridiculous for those who say such. It is highly ridiculous. And I think they also need to, those who say such need to examine themselves. I don't want to say they need to be examined, that they could come up with such conspiracy theories. It's for lack of what to say, to imagine that this is political, that you put a man 63 years of hard work, of legal practice, a world-renowned lawyer who has shared the best of the profession as children, as mentees, and you go and write a book which the man says allegedly defames him. I think one might just go to the case that is the subject of this alleged defamation. This was a case where the best of the legal profession was involved. On one side was Chief Adebalola's chambers. There was Chief Rotimo's chambers. There was Chief Waleolani Pekun's chambers. These are icons of the profession. These are the best of our profession. None of them, none, and I say none, who participated actively in the matter, made these allegations. Chief Abebe, from the records, did not even appear in the matter.
Okay.
And then you now say the man has conducted, and in a sweeping statement, let me finish this. In a sweeping statement, you take out the totality of the Supreme Court, you mention people by names, you mention 2 past chief judges of the state, in sweeping statements. But that is not for me to judge, but based on what we have read. And then you now say is a Tinubu's government that is using Afe Babalola. That is the most ridiculous thing for anybody.
With due respect, Dele Farotimi in his last press conference deliberately said that it has got nothing to do with Tinubu, that he can't prove it's got anything to do with Tinubu. So that's his own side of the story. He deliberately
I'm just reacting to what...
he deliberately said that. So I think let's clear the other. He deliberately said that in his last press conference. We yield the floor.
You are just playing that. I'm just reacting to what my brother Ruben just said.
Anyway, thank you very much, BK Ogala, SAN, for joining us on the morning show.
What happens when you drink Rise Mushroom Coffee? Your body feels lighter and freer. These turkey...
Now let's get the perspective of our guest commentator on the main talking point on the program today, the Labour Party and its future. We'll also get her to take her take on the latest in the ongoing arrest saga of the human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi, who has apparently been freed on bail, and the dramatic political weekend in Ghana, a country held up as a democratic model in West Africa. And for this, I'm joined now in the studio by the international multimedia journalist and former BBC correspondent, Donu Kabara, who currently has a column in Vanguard newspaper, is the star of a YouTube channel called Donu's World, co-presents a podcast called Africa Here and Now, and writes for the Europe-based magazine Africa Report. Great to see you again.
Hi, Charles. Thanks for having me.
It's been a while, actually, so it's good to have you back here.
I've been keeping a low profile because I've been profoundly depressed.
Why have you been depressed?
Well, funnily enough, it's the very topic that you addressed in the first half of this program.
Well, let's get to that then and get your take on it. I was going to say, what would you say, first of all, is the significance of this moment? 5 members of the House of Representatives elected on the platform of the Labour Party defecting to the APC. How earth-shattering a moment is it for the Labour Party and its prime candidate, Peter Obi, even though they're obviously saying that it doesn't really mean that much?
Okay, well, rats have always deserted sinking ships. So, as far as I'm concerned, ta-ra, bye-bye to those 5. They're entitled to do what they want if it's within the ambit of the law, which I'm not even sure it is. But, for me, the Labour Party is clearly in some kind of crisis. We had all that drama around their chairmanship and the traitor who was on the take from outside elements, the Bure character. I just can't bear people who totally lack honor. So there was that whole crisis. And then there are other things that make it difficult for Labour to, function as a proper party. And, but the thing that depresses me most is actually not so much what the rank and file senators and House of Reps people do.
Well, they're not actually rank and file, are they?
Well, I suppose so. That's
they're probably the top echelon.
They are
of the
upper
party.
echelon. That is true. I used the wrong words. It is Peter Obi himself. I just don't understand how somebody who was this sparkling, inspirational figure who created a movement almost overnight, galvanized the youths, the intellectuals, anybody who had any iota of principle in their bloodstream, at least admired him to some extent, even if they weren't necessarily going to vote for him for whatever reason. I don't understand how Peter Obi has gone from there to there, because as far as I'm concerned, he's like a firework that has turned into a damp squib. He's become so pedestrian. All I see is him making anodyne statements here and there on TV, wearing Babariga and going to donate boreholes in Kafanchan or wherever. It's all good stuff. He's still a good guy. But where is the leader that the opposition needs so desperately? And he's not looking like it. In fact, if you look at I accuse the entire opposition, the PDP, for allowing it to be derailed by my dear friend Nyesom Wike, by the way, I saw him a couple of months ago, and I told him, if I was a PDP Mandarin, I'd have tossed you out by now. So the PDP, j'accuse. I accuse Atiku of spending more time, all this manana, Dubai type of big man type of thing, not really effectively taking on the government. And I blame Peter most of all, because Peter was a shining star. And so many people committed themselves to him emotionally, myself included. I'm not an obedient anymore, to be honest with you, because he's such a disappointment. I mean, there's no aggression. The government is lousy. I mean, pretty much the only good thing I can think that Tinubu has done is keep herdsmen at bay, because I've noticed there hasn't been any herdsmen shenanigans since Tinubu came in. So I congratulate him for that, if indeed it is his, but it's kind of like.
Hey, how do you get your health insurance again? Cover California. They help with the cost, and most of their silver level plans have lower copay.
There's so many things this government is doing wrong. Contracts being awarded without due process, economic collapse, rampaging inflation, widespread hunger and disillusionment. And, you never hear anything seriously punchy from Peter?
Well, in fairness to Peter, there is a lot of stuff that he comes up with, a lot of it on social media. I mean, he doesn't go on traditional media most of the time. That's relatively rare, except when he's sort of maybe at a public event or something. But he does come up with a lot of things challenging the government on social media. The question
he's too mild,
that you're raising
Charles.
is whether it's effective enough.
He's too mild.
Yeah. Well,
you see,
he should go more for the jugular, basically.
He should go. He's got so much. There's so much he could go for, and he would get so much public support if he did. I'm not just speaking for myself, by the way. I'm speaking for hundreds of obedience, ex-obedience, or current obedience who are really, really disappointed. We don't want a weak opposition leader. He's the star of the show. Atiku, PDP, they should also be doing more. But really, Peter is the star opposition player, and he's not doing well enough at all.
Some would argue that there is a lot of behind-the-scenes discussion taking place with the focus of 2027 in mind, that the opposition are trying to realign themselves, particularly the leading candidates, of which Peter Obi is one. And that once that realignment has been completed and everybody knows where they are, and how they're now going to face 2027, what their position is going to be, that you're going to see a much more forceful opposition. What is your reckoning on that?
Well, I'm all for, alignments and realignments that will achieve, hopefully, a better result so far. But I still think that we're not going to get the kind of result that is going to be effective against the deeply entrenched and deeply corrupt incumbent party. That basically, I mean, maybe Tinubu won the election. I'm not sure he did. Many people think the mandate was stolen. But whatever the case may be, there were a lot of irregularities. Okay? So even if Tinubu won, there's so many grounds on which Peter Obi could have been going after him. And I always remember a saying, I am a bit of a firebrand. I mean, look, like everybody else, I can be a coward. I can stand back at times when it is necessary to stand up. But, Peter's a leader. I'm not. Do you know what I mean? And I just think, to be honest with you, I think it's better to die on your feet than to live on your knees if you're a leader.
Some analysts have alleged that the way the elections went in 2023, or perhaps taking on what you're saying and the way some people think, the way the elections were pushed, depending on your point of view, in favor of the APC, and more recently the governorship elections in Edo and Ondo states, that there is just no chance for any other party in the way they're currently constituted in 2027. And that a lot of these people who are defecting, for example, are simply coming to terms with that reality and positioning themselves in 2027 by joining the APC.
Well, I can understand anybody. Like I said, rats have always deserted sinking ships, so there'll always be people like that. But there might be people who leave because they're genuinely fed up, And I think Peter needs to do something. Peter Obi, or should I say Mr. Obi, is not my mate.
Gabapentin is bringing you closer to amputation. These are 3 symptoms that are signaling that you could be close to losing your foot.
Needs to do something to shore up that support. Because some of these people might not have left if they felt there was any hope. And there will not be any hope if we all sit back and give up and say, oh, well, APC is too powerful, they're too smart, they're too clever for us. 2027 is a done deal. It is not a done deal. The global trend in Africa and other countries is for oppositions to have surprise victories, to turn over the status quo. President Assad of Syria has just jumped onto a plane with his family to Syria after his family...
to Russia.
I'm sorry. Yes, exactly. From Syria to Russia, with his family, after his family has ruled Syria for 53 years. I mean, all kinds of miracles are happening. In Senegal, a young activist won the election,
And John Mahama and we're going to come to that in a minute, actually. So I don't want to jump the gun.
There's so many examples of situations in which...
So let me get your final word on Labour before we move on. What do you think should happen next?
Look, this man won every major city in southern Nigeria. Atiku won Kaduna and one or two others, right? Well, officially, yeah, we can come up with all kinds of fake numbers. Well, we saw the spoiled ballot papers, the mutilated ballot papers. So we know what really happened. These people have genuine support on the ground in this country. Atiku, Peter, they should do something about it. You know, I mean, someone said to me, oh, well, you know, Peter doesn't want to go to prison. You know, he doesn't want to make too much trouble in case they arrest him. I said, prison was the making of Nelson Mandela. And Tinubu is not a complete animal. He's not going to kill him. Okay? So what I'm saying is, you see, like Dele Farotimi, which is our next topic.
Yeah.
Look at the groundswell of support and excitement that his rebelliousness has generated.
Well, let's turn to Dele Farotimi. He's an outspoken human rights lawyer who was arrested and detained on alleged defamation and cybercrime charges. He's reportedly been granted bail of 50 million naira, and the trial has been adjourned till January the 29th, 2025. But we understand that he remains in detention until he meets those bail conditions. What's your reaction to that whole saga?
Well, I mean, it's quite clear that Dele Farotimi is being victimized for being a strong government critic. And frankly, that's the type of opposition leader I want. Someone heroic and courageous and outspoken and fearless. And, you know, Dele Farotimi is the light at the end of my tunnel, not Peter Obi. Doesn't that tell you something? So many people have told me that in the past few days. His book is selling like hotcakes. He's a hero.
Yeah, but Dele Farotimi is an activist. Yeah, Peter Obi is a politician.
No. Activist and politician can be the same thing. No, but nothing is set in stone. Until Tinubu became a politician, he was a businessman. Do you know what I mean? I mean, politician is not a... a one-size-fits-all career. You know, you can be a journalist and a politician, an activist and a politician. And so I don't buy the idea that because he's an activist, he's bound to be more dynamic.
When he was arraigned in court, Dele Farotimi, prison officials brought him in handcuffed, like some sort of common criminal. And that's raised a lot of reaction on social media. What do you think of that? Surely there's no need to handcuff sort of a lawyer for defamation, unless it was intended to humiliate him. And we've seen photos of the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, strolling into court without handcuffs for allegedly stealing billions of naira. And here's a man charged with defamation being brought into court in handcuffs. I mean, it certainly feels and looks wrong, doesn't it?
Well, this is the kind of thing that means that this country, it's very easy to be an effective opposition person here because the government is always doing the wrong thing. So that's just a classic example of, you know, absolutely outrageous hypocrisy and, you know, contradictoriness. So, of course, Dele should not be in handcuffs. And of course, Yahaya Bello should. Or if anybody should be in handcuffs, it's the APC member. Who, by the way, after all, I don't suppose he's probably going to spend more than 5 minutes in prison or whatever. And he's not the only one.
Well, he hasn't been found guilty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's not there. So, yeah, very, very unhappy about how Farotimi is being treated.
But as you said, he's built tremendous public momentum in his favor, hasn't he?
He's a hero. He's what we want. We want someone who's going to take on the establishment. We want someone who will make us leave our houses and barricade, you know, the Supreme Court or whatever. I mean, maybe I should be arrested for sedition or for suggesting that kind of aggression against the authorities. But I am tired. Nigerians are tired. And it's not just a matter of sentiment or emotions, Charles. This country is tottering. It will collapse if care is not taken. And I don't know what's going to happen next, you know?
Well, let's turn to a country that seems to have got it right. We just saw that election. You were starting to comment on it earlier. The election results in Ghana. Some of it has now been officially released, and they look set to confirm the victory of the opposition candidate, former President John Mahama. Results from 12 of the country's 16 regions, that might have changed now, show Mr. Mahama has a strong lead of 60% against his opponent Mahamudu Bawumia, who has 38%. The vice president, that's Bawumia, has already accepted defeat, which is absolutely exemplary. Now, when you consider the fact that Mr. Mahama, who previously led Ghana from 2012 to 2017, when he was replaced by Mr. Akufo-Addo, but lost in 2020, this latest victory represents something of a stunning comeback, doesn't it, for Mr. Mahama?
It does indeed. And, you know, Mr. Mahama did not do that well the first time round. I hope he does better this time. And it, again, further proves my earlier point, is that all over the world, I mean, you know, the incumbents are being pushed aside, because Bawumia, of course, is the existing vice president of Ghana. And Mahama has done what Trump did, you know, come back after a gap. And I'm very impressed by Bawumia's civilized approach. And not only, apparently, did he congratulate and concede very early on when it became clear that he had lost. Unlike that crazy one in America who keeps on saying he won in 2020 when he clearly didn't. Hey, that's my American visa revoked.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a quote in 30 seconds. Find top carriers.
But he also, apparently Bawumia, has told Mahama that he will do everything to help him make the transition work. And his heart seems to be in the right place.
Indeed.
And that's the sort of person we need in Africa. We need people of a certain class and standard, people who don't think that might is right and any form of theft, corruption, intimidation, and nastiness is the only way forward in life, you know?
I think the biggest lesson from this Ghanaian election is how Ghana has repeatedly, and you touched on it now, shown that democratic elections can work in Africa and that the choice of the people can prevail. And it continues to strengthen the institutions that are in charge of the conduct of the elections, the Electoral Commission, the security agencies, the political parties. I mean, what are the lessons in that for Nigeria, which, let's face it, had had some of the worst and the most troubled elections in Africa, where many people believe that their votes don't count and that the results have been manipulated?
Well, you know, people forget that in 2015, Goodluck Jonathan did exactly what Bawumia has just done.
Yeah, he did.
He conceded, he avoided bloodshed and, you know, sort of vexatious litigation. And he handed over to Buhari. And it's that then public opinion was in favor of the APC. And I salute Jonathan for that civilized gesture, a real gentleman.
But it seems like a very long time ago, doesn't it?
Long time ago. And, you know, kind of frankly, you know, the people he handed over are such sort of bandits. It's, you know, it's such a pity. It's such a pity. And, you know, I came on this program a year ago and I said that if President Tinubu proved me wrong, I would be the first person to hail him. And I stand by that statement. But for as long as he continues to be, in my view, a monumental disappointment, along with most of the people around him, I think the opposition should do what is, you know, move aggressively to achieve what has been achieved in Ghana and other places.
But is it really fair on him, given that he's only been there for, I mean,
the president,
less than 2 years?
Well, you know, we've still got time to make good. Some people hit the ground running and do very well from the start. Others people abolish fuel subsidy and plunge us into suffering and stress. My electricity bill, I've only got a 4-bedroom house. My electricity bill is nearly 100,000 naira a week. How am I supposed to do that? I'm not a thief. I'm not a prostitute. Do you know what I mean? Where am I supposed to find that kind of money forever in the long term? So, and there are a lot of people who are far worse off than I am, who are struggling to survive. And I just find that the government is a little arrogant. It doesn't explain itself enough. That's why it's so easy. I feel like hate speech. If you like, I will be your unpaid spokesperson and I will go after them, you know, but someone needs to. You're not doing enough. And I don't mind being arrested. I'm getting old now and I'm too fat. I could do with being put somewhere where the food is awful and I can't eat for a few weeks, you know?
Danny, you are absolutely superbly interesting and brilliant. And I want to thank you very much indeed for coming in. You've really made this part of the show enormously interesting. Donu Kabara is the international multimedia journalist, former BBC correspondent, currently has a column in Vanguard newspaper. You really ought to read it. And she's also the star of a YouTube channel called Donu's World. She co-presents a podcast called Africa Here and Now and writes for the Europe-based magazine Africa Report. What a delight to have you.
Oh, thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much.
My people, una welcome. Oh. Greetings to everybody. I greet you, my commenters association. Welcome. Sake, I see you. Annie, I see you. Pius, welcome, sir. I greet all of you. Mirabel, my darling. Oh, Mirabel. How now? Queen, Sister Queen, welcome. Queen of the OC channel, welcome. Misty, Abodi, my sister of life, welcome. Now do well. Mr. Ferreira, Ogami, good evening. Welcome to the channel. Ify, my sister of life. Thank you guys. I want to play something funny. Mr. Ferreira, I want to play something funny. This has to do with what happened yesterday. Hey, don't tell me that I deleted this thing. Hey! I'm here with the fast fingers. What the hell? Are you kidding me? What the? Oh,
take your time. You'll find it. It might not be deleted.
I deleted. I actually did. Let me see if I can request it again. Come on, who be this woman? Who know this woman when your talk finish? Nah, I don't know. I don't know. For the same former correspondent, BBC correspondent. I don't hear her talk before.
No, but you know, there's a lot of distinguished Nigerians that are doing things behind closed doors.
That's true. But her name, where is she from? She's Nigerian. Her name is kind of.
What's her name?
I think it was something. Let me check. Let me see. Let me go back here. Donu Kabara.
Kubara, yeah, that's a popular name. I can't remember what she's done.
Interesting.
That's a very popular name.
Yeah, she said
I've heard of Kubara before, yeah.
BBC correspondent. Okay. Yeah. Well, she has her own opinion about Peter Obi, which I thought was kind of, everybody with their own opinion. Everybody with their own opinion. So you guys heard that he has been charged with treason. Did you guys hear that? Dele Farotimi in a kitty court.
In a magistrate court.
In a magistrate court.
Is a magistrate court not? Is it not lower than Naija country? Is a circus. You know
it's
what I said?
It's a jungle. Not the circus is circus at least we laugh.
Yeah, but you know when you put clowns in a palace, the clown does not become a king. The palace becomes a circus for sure.
It's crazy to me. I'm not going to lie because am I treason for what? What did he do?
They're crazy. They're sick.
What did he do? Yeah, and somebody suggested yesterday that we should. I think it's Tato. Tato is not here, but she suggested that all of us as Nigerians, we ought to also get the handcuffs ourselves, right? That would be like a sign of me. I don't know where they sell handcuffs. Me, I never.
You don't know where they sell handcuffs. That means a lot to. If you know what other people use handcuff for, make I keep my mouth quiet.
I don't know whether they sell them or now they know they take and do me. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking of wearing bangles, but I did look for my bangles today. I no see them because as it represent
symbol of
So I was looking for it. Hey, if everyone put on handcuffs at the protest tomorrow, I see that will be powerful. Everybody's wearing invisible handcuffs. Honestly, that's the truth. That's the truth. Everybody is. But I don't know. I don't think the protest happened today. I don't think the protest happened.
I didn't get
today.
much details about events that happened today.
I don't think it happened. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm telling you.
There were some protesters at the court, and then the Ekiti government sent thugs to come attack them. There were some skirmishes at the court. That was about what I heard.
And I heard that they had police lined up in Afe Babalola court. Office to prevent any sort of protesting from going on. I saw a short video. Go ahead.
I said I heard that too. Let you talk. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I saw, the Afe Babalola chambers. They had the place surrounded with security. So I was like, what are these people afraid of? The Yaya Bello that they should be afraid of. Me, I heard that one too. He has been remanded to Kuje prison. We don't know how true it is, though. These people, they have ways of doing magic in our eyes. Whether it's true, Yaya Bello that they have remanded in Kuje prison, we don't know. But we shall hear, though, that he's been remanded in Kuje prison. Yeah, I can see the woman is very disappointed. I think that's why she's saying that, Peter, no, she, not easy. Nigeria is a very peculiar place. Everybody keeps saying it. People are saying, country like Nigeria, the people, we are easily distracted. We don't focus on what matters. Anytime now, they just say BBN. All this is what they do. So you see a lot of people will just drop it and be doing BBN. They'll be having endless conversations about BBN. If there's something happening, everybody will just be very distracted. It's almost like they're looking for every outlet to just dull that sadness that they're experiencing. It's crazy, But anyway, we're going to jump right into it today. Mr. Ferreira, did you want to say anything before we get started? And did you guys want to say anything?
It's that state of sedativeness. We've been sedated for more than 64 years, going to 200 years. It's a deep thing. And when we go into expanding it, you would understand why we are the way we are. Which is why Lord Lugard's wife described us as people who, apart from the fact that we have a little sense of veracity, we are just people who don't, we're just, short memories. Like we don't think of the future. We lack apprehension and our ability to visualize the future or notice what the past has done to us. He described us right. I mean, this is who we are. But it's not just, it's years of sedation. We are under anesthesia.
You think it's years of conditioning by
conditioning? Yes, social conditioning. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And
suppression.
The impact of suppression, the impact of NTA, military rules. Everything. It's much. Don't be smart, my sister.
Mm. Did you want to add something before we start the read? If they talk, we know they hear you. Can she hear me? Ify, you they hear us? Okay, Bila says she did on another zone. Maybe she's on another call. Right. If you can hear me, I can't hear you. Okay, she's on the phone. All right, well, let's get started. I'm going to take the reading to help you. But Mr. Ferrer, I won't lie. I like the way you read this thing. The way you say, read it with power. I really like it. But may not be like say I just give everything, or give you all the work when you do. I go read them, then we go share them. And you reach chapter 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have time to read them yesterday, so this is my first time reading it, so I didn't mark up anything. All right, so chapter 3 is the practice of law. This is again the book, Dele Farotimi's book. If you have not gotten your copy, please go grab your copy. Gravitas, long time, and now Gravitas came in with violence. Afe Babalala only. Gravitas came in with violence. Bossa, how now? Long time. My sister. Long time. Oh, how I take miss you. Welcome, my sister. Okay, chapter 3, the practice of law. Prince Ademola Adeniji Adele, otherwise known as the Prince of Hope or Papa, was my friend and an older brother. I was president of the LASU Students Association when he was released from Abacha's Gulag. You people in LASU, you were really active. Oh. This one is another LASU person. His brother-in-law, Said Salawe, was a fellow student in the Faculty of Law. And I came to know his wife, Auntie Tawa, who was also a LASU student, through Said Salawe, otherwise known as SS. I was literally adopted into the Adeniji Adele and Salawe families. He was one of my God-appointed gatekeepers. By the time I was done with my law degree program at LASU, there were 2 sets of LASU law graduates waiting to be admitted into the Nigerian Law School. The Abacha dictatorship had decreed that the law school be relocated to Abuja. The dictator's daughter was ready to attend the school, and since the father had no interest in sending the daughter to the law school in Lagos, the school had to be moved to Abuja in order to accommodate the first daughter. The unplanned, can you imagine, moved the school because of one Peking. Nigeria leaders. Now, wow. Anyway, continue. The unplanned and forced movement to the new site, the former Center for Democratic Studies under Professor Omorui. The center was one of Babangida's several social incubatory laboratories. The unpretentious fire of democracy. Can read between those lines. Having no pretense. That video that we did yesterday, however long it was, guess what? They demonetized it straight up. When I talk, I be like, I say I dey play for here. The video just did, you just sit down, just the occupy space. Okay. The center was one of Babangida's several social incubatory laboratories. The unpretentious fire of democracy, having no pretense of democratic intentions, put the moribund facilities to use. The new facility couldn't take as many students as the Lagos campus that Abacha presumed to decree out of existence. And the Council of Legal Education was saddled with a backlog of qualified law students without the space to accommodate them. Chai. Papa followed me to Abuja and went with me to Buhari to see the then secretary to the Council of Legal Education, Prince Victor Folagbade Olateru Olagbegi. I also had a letter for him from Justice Musiliu Okpe Agbe, a very upright man and modest model jurist. He was at the time a judge of the Lagos High Court. I was friends with his children, and he also wrote to VF as Prince Olateru Olagbegi was popularly called to urge that I be admitted. As with all things Nigerian, the unplanned nature of the Abuja relocation created a toll gate of solicitations and underhand deals. From the universities to the law school, admission into the law school became a racket. Talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about, hey, an access depended on who you knew. Who you knew. Lord have mercy. Oh, these are the men that God used to ensure that I went to law school without further delay. They were the equalizers of my Nigerian factor. Upon graduation from the law school and being called to the bar, I had a decision to make about my next move. I was already 31 years old. I had spent a total of 12 years to earn a single degree. I was tired of being maintained by my mother, a single parent for over 20 years by this time. And I just wanted to stop being a burden to her and perhaps help her by not remaining a charge on her finances. I wanted to work with Wale Babalakin's firm. It was probably the best paying law practice in Lagos at the time. But my quest to work with him had nothing to do with the salary being paid. Wale Babalakin's son had a reputation for being a sharp-witted businessman. He was always impeccably turned out, didn't seem stuffy like the other senior counsels and the junior lawyers in the chambers. And he evoked all the stereotypes of the smart up and coming, go-getting attorneys. That was where I wanted to be. I again asked the help of Justice Okweagbe, as he then was, in speaking with Wale Babalaki, and he did. He was told that they had no space in the office. When I heard that Barrister Olawale Babalakin, Bob as he was called, was friends with Papa, I pressed Papa into my lobby group as well, and he also spoke with Babalaki on my behalf. I am now not certain about who communicated the job offer to me, but I was offered the job of company secretary at another of Babalakin's businesses, Duncan Wood, as it was called, which was then the construction arm of his business. The job was paying 30,000 naira at the time that his law office was paying 25,000 naira. I refused the job. I took the time to explain to everyone involved, Papa, Justice Okweagbe, that while I was not ungrateful for what was a great opportunity, I had never envisioned myself as a corporate lawyer, and I wouldn't be happy as a company's in-house counsel or secretary, and that all I wanted was to work in a litigation firm. I took the time to explain how I had spent so many years reading law, but with the clear hope of training as a barrister above all else. Justice Musiliu Okweagbe found me my first job as I was exiting law school to start my new life as a lawyer. New judges were also being appointed to the Lagos bench, and one of them was a TAO Abdullahi Abdullahi. Okweagbe J was one of the oldest judges on the Lagos bench, and I believed he must at some point have told her of his need for a job for me. I was therefore directed to see her in her judicial chambers at the Abdullahi J Law Office. TAO Abdullahi and Co. were principally counsel to the Ojomu chieftaincy family, one of the largest owning families in the Etiosa, Lagos State axis, and they had several lands, related matters in various courts. The practice, which was located at 125 Igboshere Road, was then being run by the duo of Mr. Mike Bayowa, the head of practice, and Ms. Fumi Babatunde as partners. I joined the practice as a new wig, the grunt, and generally began to learn my trade there. The firm had become known as Bassa and Partners by the time I joined, on a princely salary of 5,000 naira monthly. Damn it. Wow. The introduction to legal practice couldn't have been gentler. The head of chambers and practice, Mr. Michael Bayowa, was the model boss from whom to learn the basics of litigation, and is a gentleman to boot. Easygoing, no airs, a family man, Christian, scrupulously honest, friendly, and extremely fair-minded. He was ferociously loyal to our mutual boss in disguise, for TAO only took her name off the wall. She remained the sole signatory to the several accounts, and everything of consequence was run by her. She recruited me. As I already stated at the beginning, I do not intend to tell the story of my life, but then the law is my life. Whilst I shall consciously avoid making this book personal, it is inevitably and necessarily personal. I met my future wife, Miss Fumi Babatunde, whilst employed at Bassa and Partners. And when I decide to tell the story of that season of my life, I will tell the story in full. I shall, however, state for the records and on my honor that I never had any romantic thoughts, relationship, or engagement with the woman that has today become the love of my life and my true blessing, even though I worked with her with our tables side by side for the first 3 months of my professional life. I was at the time strenuously seeking to convince several unattached friends to consider dating the impeccably trained and beautiful senior in my office. I thank God for their collective blindness. I was already determined to spend a couple of years learning my trade. The fact that my mother continued to subsidize my living freed me of pecuniary considerations in deciding what job to accept and which to reject. Her sacrificial parenting explains why I could thumb up my nose at a 30,000 naira per month salary to accept 5,000 naira that I did not accept in order to keep my date with destiny. My stay at Bassa and Partners wasn't destined to be long, and it ended in what I believe to be 3 months. That was short. I take a lot of pride in being a lawyer, and it is for me the peak and noblest of all the professions, supposedly. I am extremely chauvinistic about the primacy of counsel in the pecking order of a law practice. This was the catalyst of my earlier than planned exit from Bassa and Partners. The practice comprised 3 lawyers, the head of chambers, Mr. Michael Bayowa, my future wife, Ms. Fumi Babatunde, and my humble self. The newly minted wig. Then we had a clerk, Mukaila, and the receptionist, typist, Joy. These were the lawyers and support staff of the law firm of Bassa and Partners. Ms. Joy, the typist it was, that proved the catalyst for my early departure, inevitable as that was always going to be by my own deliberate design. I had to stop depending on my mother for the monthly subventions at some point, and 5,000 naira was not enough to live on, even at the time. I had come to be trusted with most legal writing work by Mr. Bayowa pretty early. My Oga trusted my capacity with doctrine, law, and language to the point where he quickly stopped bothering to edit my work, and we all soon found that Milady Tao rarely had any corrections to make to works drafted by me when sent to her for her scrutiny, as was the norm in my time at Bassa and Partners. I handed Joy a draft of whatever it was I needed typed up, and that was where the problem began. As was the culture, she handed me a mock copy of the document printed on scrap paper. Reading through, I found what I believed to be a typing error or omission, and I explained to Madam Joy in expectation of her prompt action to address her errors. I couldn't have been more wrong than I was to find you are the one that is wrong. Wow. Lawyer Dele was her retort. Motiku, moti faint. I could have fainted and died. Oh, shoot. Unalive in equal measure. I spent 3 sessions reading English language and linguistics. I had read every James Hadley Chase series. Hey, Baba, that was one of my favorite novels too. Before I even entered my teenage years, I read every fictional book that was on the shelves of the children's library at Aberdeen. I went to Aberdeen too before I was out of primary school. Aberdeen Primary School. Interesting. I was taught the English language in my mother tongue. Me too, in Aberdeen. My secondary school library had no literary work to occupy me again by the time I was in Form 3. And I had read the Bible out of boredom at least 4 times before coming out of my team, purely out of boredom and devoid of any quest for a God that was never outside of me. Madam Joy had dared to correct my use of English language. Amy, the law, barrister lawyer. Akọni níwájú adájọ́. What? Insults. It was one thing to have survived stage fright at different times appearing before magistrates and the rent tribunals as a nervous new week, and then there was the terror of having to tell a judge that my principal was in another court and I needed to have our case stood down as had been agreed with the opposing counsel. Trying talking with your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth. The impertinence was for me a final straw. How dare the support staff query a lawyer's call in the pursuit of his professional duty? I sent the draft back to be printed with a clear rebuke and instructions to follow the original letters of my draft, and was handed the document in short order. As has been the lifelong predilection with me, I read through the final print before I could send the work out. Lo and behold, the editorial judgment of my self-appointed Oga remained intact and untouched. I was enraged, incensed, and just about ready to explode. Why? I demanded as I struggled to rein in my temper in the face of her sneering insolence. I was wrong, she insisted, and she correct my error arising from my newness at the bar. I shall refrain from telling you the response that issued from me, but it ended with the impasse being referred to Mr. Bayowa for his adjudication. I was right, he ruled, and she was wrong. But it wasn't enough for me. I expected the secretary to be rebuked and told her place in the pecking order of the law office, and that was not done. The fact that she was unapologetic about the incident and somewhat rude made it difficult for me to accept that she was not reprimanded. I resigned my employment with Bassa and Partners with immediate effect and alacrity. And I mean add the alacrity. My late back Oga was taken aback, and so was my other senior, Ms. Babatunde. They appealed and pleaded, all to no avail, and meeting a brick wall. Mr. Bayowa went to report back to our ultimate Oga, who promptly issued a warrant for my appearance in her chambers at the Igboshere High Court. TAO is a woman of considerable bulk, and all of her features were exaggerated and easy to caricaturize, but she is also charismatic and can be quite charming. All fantastic camouflage for a cunning mind that is completely cyberitic in focus. See new word though. Novice. I dey like to underline, and I like the way they put this sentence. See read now. Ma take again. See read. Now so they call read. I clear my throat again. Mona novice. TAO is a woman of considerable bulk. See description, no? Instead of fat, it say considerable bulk. And all of her features are exaggerated and easy to caricaturize. So for a mind, I should say you don't picture as you go to draw the caricature of that woman. But she's also charismatic and can be quite charming. All fantastic camouflage for a cunning mind that is completely cyberitic in focus. What I want to use this English for? As a practice. She's a formidable woman and a very impatient bully. She barely listened to my growls before declaring me the wrong party, and she missed the opportunity to hear out my grievances. She capped it all by presuming to order me to withdraw my letter of resignation. I simply ignored her. I went through with my intention, as already stated in the letter of resignation. I wasn't to see her again until over 2 years later, on the occasion of my marriage, when she was the chairperson at the wedding reception. Who make her chairperson? Dele Farotimi. This part, you go answer that question at some point. Who can make her? After you don't describe the woman like that, who can make her your chair? Anyway, at the time of working with Bassa and Partners, I was in a long-term relationship. My partner lived with her parents in Ikoyi and had finally given up my Okokomaiko student flat to become a squatter in my late friend Ibrahim Bakari's flat at Ije housing estate at Dolphin. I was within striking distances of my workplace and my girlfriend's home. This was before our world. So you said do long distance relationship. Another question that's coming up. Opportunity. You just stay with woman. Just forget, say, okay, back to seriousness. I was within, this was before our world shrank with the advent of mobile phones in its current ubiquitous fashion. I was therefore at the time of becoming unemployed, also pretty much homeless. And it was observe my squats that I waited out the season before the next job and the scene of one of the defining moments of my legal practice. So ends chapter 3. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Ferreira, over to you.
Okay. Chapter 4, the laborer's wage. In the immediate aftermath of my resignation from my primary employers, BASA, I was left with no choice but to stay home while waiting for another job. I was in the flat one late morning when I heard a knock at the door. It was a young woman. She seemed about my age and was asking for me, she said. She had been told a lawyer lived there, she said, and something about some other female lawyer was in the mix. I was not the one she was seeking. She was nonetheless happy to brief me or any other lawyer, she insisted. I invited her into the flat and asked what it was she wanted as a lawyer to do. She had just bought a property at one of the Jakonde estates, she explained, and she needed a lawyer to draft the conveyance agreement. I believe that the property in question was located at Lekki, one of the Morocco resettlement scheme flat, and she wanted to know what she would have to pay me for the job. I calculated the bill using the scale. It came to little above 30,000. Now, you must remember that I was paid above 5,000 naira at my last and only job as a lawyer. I offered to produce the document at a discounted rate of about 20,000 naira. The lady took one look at me and concluded that she wasn't about to pay my clearly unemployed self that pricely sum and proceeded to offer me about 5,000 naira. I was very happy to turn her down and in the process cemented a principle that I have preached to every counsel that has ever worked with me. I explained to her my reasoning. I told her how I had reduced my bill without her having to ask on account of two facts that I then proceeded to elucidate after making sure to first apologize and then ask her indulgence. The established fact that she was at the time a single woman doing what most men had not done evoked memories of my own mother, a hardworking single mother. The second being the fact that she was a walk-in client and I was a broke, unemployed newbie. These were, however, not sufficient reason for me to devalue my own professional capital. And I walked away happily. Flora Tubonimi.
Okay. Do you think we should take chapter 5? Chapter 5 is about 34. This is 34 pages. It's about 13 pages. We can split it.
We could split it, yeah.
Yeah. Ify, are you ready to take the read? Okay. All right, we'll split it. So I'm going to start chapter 4 and I will end somewhere. I'll end maybe in, let me give you less because you did a lot yesterday. I'll end at 28 at the paragraph, maybe on 29, and the paragraph on 29, and then you can take it from there.
Okay.
All right. Welcome, Mr. One Love. I hope you are enjoying the reading. Do you have your book now? Do you want to be the one to read chapter 3?
Hi,
Amo, yeah, good to see you guys.
I'm working, okay?
Okay, no worries, dear. I understand.
Good evening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good evening.
I understand, yeah. You were saying, One Love.
Yes, good evening to you guys.
Good
Yes.
evening. Welcome. Good to have you again on the panel. My fellow general in the army, welcome. You're highly welcome.
I know.
Do you have your book?
Oh, absolutely. If I don't have my book by now, it's criminal. You know.
I'm glad you said it. It's not me that said it. I'm so happy about that. Okay, can you please read us chapter 5 then? So that will be your work for today.
Should I start with chapter 5?
Chapter 5, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me turn my book to page 22.
Correct.
Yeah, it said the journey to KOT. I'm not quite sure what KOT means, but hopefully we'll find out in the paragraphs here. Said I left the 5,000 naira a month job with BASA, is a BASA and partners, unworried about the lost wages. I wasn't exactly living on it, and while I was pretty rough around the edges and nowhere near being ready to inflict my ignorance on the society, I did not bother to go around looking for a job. I took the time to give myself some rest from the routine of the new life I had just begun, and I had enough time to assure my father that I was totally uninterested in joining the Osun State Judicial Services in spite of his urging and preachment. But that's a tale to be told another day. Ademola Adeshina Ogulana, an older friend from my days at the land hostel in Okokomaiko, had left his unemployment with Lawa Pedro's private law office and was on his own. He had built himself an advocacy practice that was already known for its imagination and lawyering dexterity. He had just got Hoji, the cannibal of the murder rap, properly declared insane and was at the time engaged in the defense of Guru Maharaji. His junior, Tomi Akinyemi, was a sister and dear friend from our days in Okokomaiko, and Baba Kembi was also involved, as was Ade Oteju, another sister born of Okokomaiko, who was at the time working with Baba Kembi. I joined Ogulana on an incredible salary of 3,000 naira a month to work for longer hours and even more work. I am forever grateful for the opportunity provided and the experience it offered in beginning to understand that the rot ingrained into our criminal justice system. Ogulana's law practice is not a business. It was in my days with him a charitable venture. Its reasons d'etat was the rescue of the victims of the judicial system and the inequitable state. Ogulana came from pretty modest stock, and our social backgrounds are not dissimilar, but while the disadvantages of our youth have definitely shaped our views of the world, we are markedly different from our treatment of and approach to wealth and money. Ogulana read law as a second degree. I have never asked for him to tell me his story. It is his to tell. He impacted my views of law, taught me its practice, and I owe him the duty of acknowledgement and attribution. Law is my first and only hand degree law is my first and only hand degree, but we spent comparative number of years in the university system where the economic pressure on him to earn money quickly was higher. He was not practicing his law as a business from whence to turn his undoubted value into money. He merely saw the law as a weapon in the hands of the just, in a perpetual battle against bad men. The visit to the prison for pre-trial conferences with our clients were traumatic for me. I was left feeling guilty with the charade and pretenses carried on by all, that justice would prevail. I couldn't pretend that the magistrates were better than our hapless client, or that the gallows themselves are not the ones that should be in prison. The regular visit to the Krikri Mazino security prison were particularly painful for me. The trial of Bamayi, Al Mustafa, and Dambaba would be found loitering around. Receiving visitors or simply holding court, exactly where he would wait for our client to be brought. They would strut around like they owned the place, immaculately turned out in well-starched and iron Guinea brocade, in the Senegalese fashion of the age. Bamiyi was the real Ele1 to Unfia and go so well. I'm sorry, I'm not Yoruba. Maybe I'm butchering this. The privilege, roller sporting felon, a rebuke to the class imposed punishment that their imprisonment were. The eventual conclusions of their trials confirmed the beliefs that I have always had on the Nigeria criminal justice system. The men certainly paid for their crimes against the system, but they have never been held to account for the crimes with which they were charged and the public reasons for their detentions. Working with Ogulana opened my eyes to the rot and putrefaction in the system. In addition to the daily fight for justice he waged in the court and through the inequitable system, Ogulana also edited and published the definitive judicial journal known as Squib, combining his initial training as a linguist, having earned his first undergraduate degree in the English language. With his keen sense of justice, humor, and courage, the magazine became a foremost watchdog in the judicial system, and it was a privilege to serve a believer like Ogulana. I was, however, not going to stay here for long. Whilst I was all for human rights and all, I have never been a fan of flack. Whilst my ogre and friend couldn't care less about money, I have never been immune to its charms. The trauma of watching the real criminals walking free, sitting in judgment, or being chauffeured in stately limousine at the victim's expense took away the pleasures that came from being involved with the several exotic clients of my friend and boss. Hearing men remanded in prison for armed robbery describe what they were engaged in as a business. Matter of fact, cold and bluntly, the occasional dead mentioned in the charge, collateral damage soon enough dissipated my enjoyment of the practice, and I soon again moved to another employer. Law Links, it was named. I was already over a year old at the bar by the time I was leaving Ogulana's office to work at Law Links. I cannot now remember how I came to know of the job. There was nothing to recommend the practice to anyone desirous of learning the practice of law from a senior counsel or within a structured environment. The practice was owned by Ladipo Anisulowo Esquire, Anilad to his friends and admirers. He was more of a businessman than a lawyer, and I doubt he ever wore his wig and gown after posing for the customary pictures at the call to the bar. He was allergic to the practice of law. He had at some point worked in the legal department of the Federal Mortgage Bank and had somehow managed to retain a relationship with the management that assured a steady stream of briefs to the practice. The problem was that he had no time for the law practice, and as I was to find, he lacked both the nous and knowledge, but the job suited me just fine. It was exactly what I needed at that point in time. The senior counsel completely disinterested. I became the sole lawyer in the firm. I was in theory managed by Anilad's younger brother, an excellent chap, if ever there was one. I got the opportunity to test myself, to find out exactly where I was in my journey to my ultimate destination and purpose, the reason for which I had resolved not to take the easy road that was Duncan Wood. I was my own boss. The extent of supervision that a non-lawyer could force on a reasonable counsel is negligible, however intelligent the manager might be. He being a carpenter and the lawyer learned. With the rebellious younger me, the younger Anisulawo never stood a chance, and I ran rings round him for the fun of it. I was free to run my cases as I saw fit and argue my trials as I believed right. I got to test how ready I was to strike out on my own and start my practice. I was also allowed the freedom to take my own briefs, and the freedom I was afforded enabled my growth. I was, however, happy to stay until the several egos collided. The non-lawyer managing a bureau had a legal opinion, and the non-practicing Edbon took his side. The whole chauvinist again resigned. My late friend, older brother, and occasional gist partner, Ademola Adeniyi Adele, had told me about Anilad. They were contemporaries at the then University of Ife as young men and undergraduate, and I was deluged with many anecdotes of his Ado Ekiti pedigree. Favored son of his Ekiti father, he was on the campus, according to Papa, a wannabe, almost always the butt of the jokes, and particularly easy to caricature because while considered unsophisticated by the Lagos prince and his pearls, he had the inherited wealth, and there might have been some youthful resentment of the social upstart by the Lagos prince. It is rarely ever funny, unless it is at somebody's expense. The constant image of my boss, who was at the time of my employment with him completely bored, was of an arrogant buggy with a full head of jerry curled hair, flared jeans pants with bare buttons, with all the affections, with all the affectations, inflections, and dictions of the Ekiti man, eager to pass himself off as a worldly man. It didn't help matters that he spoke English in a thick Ekiti accent and would rarely complete a sentence before breaking off into his heavily accented Yoruba in our infrequent meetings. Of all the men I work with, he taught me nothing about the practice of law, except perhaps show me how not to ever run a law practice. I resigned my appointment with him and of everyone that I ever worked for. He is the only one with whom I have never stayed in touch. He later found his calling as Ayo Fayoshe's chief of staff. While I knew and I was conscious of the fact that I was nowhere near being ready to strike out on my own at the time of leaving Longlink, my economic realities had been altered by my mother's return to Nigeria to nurse Mommy, who was rendered prostrate by old age and the many geriatric health issues. She was struggling with keeping up with the usual subsidy that was more than my salary, and I knew that winter was coming and that the time to pay my own bills had come even closer. I briefly told with the idea of striking out on my own, but Providence intervened yet again. Some life defining event happened while I was in the process of transitioning from Long Lake to my next and final place of salaried employment. And while the memories have become a tad foggy, I do remember the broad fact. These were innocuous and seemingly unrelated at the time of the occurrences, but in the rear view mirror of time and with the 2020 vision of the past, it has become easier to see that they were providential orchestrations of the Almighty God. When I left Basa and Partners, I partnered with everyone, including Joy, the editorial typist, on a cordial note, and when I had cases at the Igbo Shere High Court or any of the other courts, I would be found dropping in on my old office to eat lunch, catch up, and sometimes to simply catch my breath. I was also asked to help out occasionally with something I had worked on while in the firm. I stayed in touch with my old office and I was always welcomed back. The fact that I was allowed the latitude to accept my own briefs at law links meant that, as with young lawyers, I started hustling to make a quick buck. The aforementioned change in my financial circumstances with my mother's return also had me under pressure to make my own money. Basa and Partners, as I had mentioned earlier, were essentially the retained counsel for the Ojomu family, and the office had a healthy real estate section headed by Miss Babatunde. My newfound need to make money, the fact that I was at the time sharing living quarters with Jide Akinloye and a flat with now deceased Ibrahim Bakari, meant that I gravitated towards parlaying my friendship with my old colleagues at Basa into a viable business opportunity. I had been providentially placed in the center of the Ojomu land transaction with my network of relationships. Basa handled all of the family's land sales and documentation exclusively. No other lawyers were allowed to prepare deeds of assignment for the Ojomu family, and with the exception of Alaji Bakare's personal lawyer, Magriola, the family very rarely bent this rule. I had been introduced to Ajiran by Ibrahim while we were yet in Lasso, and Jide, the son of Kabiesi, was also a friend from our Lasso days. I was at the coronation ceremonies of the reigning monarch, and I was well known among the denizens. The fact that I was friendly with and for long connected to the natives helped my cause, and I soon had several briefs from among the younger elements, giving me instructions to act for them in the sale of their family assigned plots of land. These instructions were wasted on me I did not know anyone to whom I might market the swamp that Anjiran, Osapa, Agungi, and co once were, but I remember my old friend and office colleagues, Fumi Babatunde, did no bias of land from the Ojomo family, and she was bound to know if someone would be happy to buy. Akim Ajolaya was the one that had the brief two plots of land, and behind what is today the Nigerian Community Mosque, 400,000 naira a piece it was. Olufunmilayo had a buyer through another lawyer. Imanku Ade was his name. This was the transaction that got me to know my wife outside of the Basa offices. We were not to become romantically involved until several months thereafter, but it marked the beginning of a very deep asexual friendship, and it is why I have often been heard to declare that I am blessed to have married my friend. Another story for another day. In the immediate aftermath of my resignation from law links and while I was still squatting at Dolphin with my late friend Ibrahim, with whom I had very competitive relationship and whose argumentations with me were stores of legends amongst all of our friends and neighbors, I was made an offer by a dear friend's mom, one that I was never moved to consider, but which, with the benefit of hindsight, probably sealed my fate in more ways than one. My friend and landlord had just been appointed the secretary to Etiosa local government, and I was at home. And having again resigned from yet another job, I had grown tired of the daily drive into Wemabot Estate, where Law Lake was located. I was not in a hurry to pick up another job at minimum wage. Lawyers being the worst paid of all salaried professionals. If I was going to take another job, it had to be one that must contribute to rounding up what I considered my pupillage, having determined that I would learn my trade in different firms, offering me the training I knew that I required for the first 2 years post-call to bar. I was loafing around in the flat considering my options. I received the offer of a magistracy around this period from first a dear friend, and after I had turned down the offer from her mother, I thanked her profusely for the offer, turned it down politely, and then proceeded to explain why. As she watched me in stunned silence, I had never desired to be a judge, I explained. I had read law with being a barrister in mind, legal drafting, commercial and criminal, general legal practice. That was what I had dreamt of from my youth, and it's all I wanted to do. She took one look at me and must have concluded that I was doomed to die of penury. I had turned down a job paying 30,000 naira. Yeah, I was saying no to the magistrate job that paid 60,000 naira at the time, and with a Corolla saloon car and a flat at LSPDC estate, a life tenure job to boot, while loafing around unemployed and a squatter in another man's home. Not long after this episode, I was adjudged a waste of time and summarily dumped by my Ikoyi dwelling long term girlfriend. Not that I ever blamed her, even I would have dumped me and be done with it. I was not a particularly good suitor, I must admit. Brash, abrasive, and stubborn to boot. I was a pain in the poor girl's diarrhea for long enough. Did not appear to have much by, by way of prospect. Obstinate as a mule, and poor girl deserved a medal for having tolerated my insufferable person for as long as she did. I was at New Year's resolution going into the poker year 2000 AD. I got my yellow card over Christmas turkey on the 26th of December and the red card on the 3rd of January 2000 thereabout. For the first time in my adult life, I was alone and without a relationship. I had no helper or friends with benefit, and I was completely uninterested in the shenanigans that went with dating. 5 years of an intense and turbulent relationships had robbed me of my interest in the opposite sex. I was also quite fortuitous that I had come out of the several dalliances that I had maintained, pari passu with the long-term relationship that I had just ended. I was alone and I was enjoying the freedom from the care that was expected of a man somehow beholden to a woman by virtue of the expectations that go with being in a relationship. My reintroduction to my wife was during this period. We did some Ojumu land sales together and became very good friends because she was friends with Jide Akinloye, whose flat was opposite my landlord's home. She would sometimes come to the flat at Dolphin, and we would all just hang around in one of the flats. We were either in Baki's flat or Jide's. Baki was watching TV, sprawled on the sofa, and I started with what had become my daily song to Jide, urging him to come and date my newfound friend and a former colleague, Miss Fumilayo Babatunde. All three of us were bachelors. Baki was already seriously. I'm sorry if anybody is if I'm butchering this name, please. I know it's Yoruba name. Please correct me. um, was seriously engaged, entangled, and smitten with his girlfriend, Lola De Solebo, whom he was to marry not long afterward. Jide was single and searching, and I had just been dumped. I was uninterested in any relationships that required me to be the last bit considerate of another person's emotions and or feelings. I was busy telling Jide how much sense it would make for him to consider chasing Fumi, selling our sterling qualities to Jide Akinloye, who already knew her from her work with his wife and from her increasingly frequent visits to the Dolphin apartment when Ibrahim, who had laid slouched on his sofa watching TV, seemingly disinterested in our conversation, butted in. If she is so good, why aren't you dating her? The scales dropped with the entrance of those words into my screen, and I saw my wife for the very first time since I had met her when I walked into Basa and Partner. So you see, the law is very personal to me. The law defines my life. The law introduced my wife to me, and the law is my very life. And while this book was never intended as an autobiography, it is necessarily thematically autobiographical. But the story of my wife, Olunfumilayo Olufumilola, is not meant for this book. I shall tell you of the true blessing of my life some other day. On one of my visits to my former office, colleagues, and my newfound lover, I met a most cherubic, cheerful, and earnest man, and we were for a season friends. He is none other than Rotimi Oyekan. He is younger brother to Oyekan Abdullahi J, a financial consultant and analyst. He was operating out of the Basa offices at the point in time. He was an ebullient, hopeful man, the eternal optimist, charismatic, and straightforward. He was my superior in age, and by every measure, he had time for me and for everyone. A good man. I am now unsure of how Edmond Rotimi got involved. I had either mentioned that I had left my employers or was getting ready to do so. He somehow got to know. He then mentioned me to his friend down the road at 215 on the same Ido Shere road. Babatunde Raji Fashola was the friend. BROF was at the time the managing partner at KO Tinibu and Co. Okay, that's where KOT came from. I was asked to send my application to the firm and was in short order invited to an interview with the partners. The interview was conducted by BRF himself, and while I cannot now recall with certainty if the then deputy head of chambers, Mr. Rashid Oluwa, was at the interview, I believe it was safe to assume his presence. The interview was routine. The job required a young lawyer with some trial experience and was tailor-made for someone as me, desirous of learning the practice of law from professionals who took their jobs seriously. There was to be a brief but memorable moment just before the interview was brought to a close. BRF looked quizzically at my CV for the umpteenth time and quipped, "You don't appear to have stayed long in the places where you have worked before this job. Why? If we employ you, how long would you be staying?" "I will stay not less than 6 months," I warranted. and went further to explain how I had viewed my employment as the opportunity to serve the pupillage that had been scrapped before I qualify as a lawyer. I explained how I was of the opinion that a lawyer is unready for the rigors and challenges of law practice until he had learned the rudiments of actual law practice from senior colleagues, as was the case in the past, and how my ultimate ambition was to run my own law practice. I was hired on a salary of 12,000 naira monthly. Ooh.
That was a long one. Thank you so much, One Love. I really appreciate that. Even though you were butchering the names, it's okay. We forgive
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
you. Mr. Ferreira, you want to say something?
No, not yet, not yet. Go ahead with your prologue. I enjoyed the reading, Mr.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Great job.
Yeah.
Great job.
I really did. It's interesting. So he connected with KOT. That's where that KOT name came from.
Yeah.
And Raji Fashola. Interesting. When he was managing partner. So is it possible that that's probably where the Raj Fashola met T-Pain? Is
That's
that
what
how the connection?
I kind of thought about that too when I read that part. I'm like, it could be.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It does sound like, that's probably what happened there, And I like the fact, I mean, this chapter was pretty interesting. It was more somewhat like a little biography and struggle. And now I don't have to ask him his question about his ex-girlfriend because he said not long after this episode, right, after he said no to the magistrate job, his girlfriend dumped him.
Doctor, yeah.
Yes, so this one, I say, no, what you want to do for this life. So I can't. Go
the guy
ahead.
is like, I'm not gonna blame her anyways. I mean, it's justified that who wouldn't do that, for somebody to reject
exactly
the luxury and the money that he was going to be getting, and just like the privilege and everything. So
exactly,
I think he saw this whole thing coming from the beginning. Like, look, we have a system that is not working. Like, if I become part of this system, how are we going to fix it? So the guy has always been true to his belief. That's one thing that I saw in this whole chapter 5. Like, he has always had a resolve to what he actually believed in, and he never had any instances where he actually thought about, well, maybe I should just dump this idea and just follow the crowd. It's like the crowd you can always decide to follow the crowd. I mean, definitely everybody wants to follow the crowd, but the fact is the crowd is not always right. 50 people at times might not be always right compared to 1 or 2 people. It's just a matter of what is the fact. So and this chapter really, really opened how he kind of struggled a little bit during his early career years, and also being able to navigate the Nigeria's justice system, that you can even tell from the beginning, even with the temptation of wanting him to be a magistrate and all of that, they actually have this system that is either you're working for the bigger guys, we can pay you to stay on the bench, or we don't need you here at all. You have to agree to one of those things. And for him, he was like, no, you can take your money, but this is not what I want to do. Because the people who were offering him the job were actually ready to sway him with money. At the end of the day, when they have a case in court, he has no option to rule against them. That is what we have today in Nigeria.
Yeah, because once they impose him as a magistrate, or any case that appears before him, guess what? He will have no choice but to rule in their favor.
To rule in their favor. That's the problem.
That's what's been happening. So you can imagine how long this rot has started.
It's been there for a long time ago. You see the president buying the judges Omar Jeep, buying them houses, building houses for.
Exactly.
How do you expect those guys to rule against him?
They can't. This is why. So they use money to position them. So they were offering him 60,000. That shows the kind of person he is. He's a man of integrity.
The guy refused it. Even when he said 30,000, even at that time, was a pretty fair wage, even though lawyers didn't make much money. But for them to have like almost double the 30,000 naira at that time, and like, look, we'll pay you 60. You forget about it. Just come and sit on this bench. And he said no.
Exactly. And don't forget, they gave him free house, and he got a free car, Corolla, on top of it. So how will he rule against them? when their cases come before him, all he has to do is just rule in their favor. This is what they've been practicing in Nigeria. I dare say it has been foundational. It has been like that since the beginning, since the creation of Nigeria. It has been like, even the first election that was conducted in Nigeria was fraudulent. This is the foundation we're built on as a country. So how do we move forward? Like, there's no way. That's why everything else on top of it has been faulty. Everything has been breaking down. Because the foundation is faulty. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this man book, it really just tells me, look, we don't have a country.
We don't.
Yeah.
We don't. We really do not. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Our eyes are just now opening. All our lives. Can you imagine? We've been lied to. That we thought we had a country. We didn't. We didn't. We're just what's it called? It's like we're visitors on our own land. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, there are people who are reaping, who are actually being paid to continue to keep the system like this. Please explain to me why a senior advocate of Nigeria will be involved in fraud, corruption. Do you guys hear about the case that WikiLeaks about this Afe Babalola guy, how he was paid 250,000 regarding a case?
Wow.
Yeah? It's crazy. A lot of things are now coming out. And for me, I'm like, Dele Farotimi, Nigeria right now, everybody that has anybody that really has the interest of that country, everywhere is supposed to shut down. To be honest, not necessarily for Dele Farotimi, for the awareness that we really do not have a country. People are talking about election. How is election going to hold? Tinubu is busy planting people, position. Look, that man is not leaving office. I keep saying it, this man is not leaving office. He's not going to leave. You know what is going to be shocking? The shocking thing is that his wife, that's Iremi, because that woman, I hear about her ways when she was a senator. Omo, if that woman becomes president, I won't be shocked. You'll be shocked that that's what the plot is. Son will be governor in Lagos State. Wife will take over as president. You want to bet? This is where we are going if we don't know if we do not get it together. Tinubu is not leaving anytime soon. Nigerians have to be prepared. This man ain't going nowhere. This man is busy strategically positioning people. Did you guys hear that Labour Party rep members, all of them have all moved over to APC? They've all moved over to APC. So please tell me, I won't be shocked if the only senator we have.
Mama, that statement you made, let me jump in. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, please.
I told you about the extensive conversation I had with some of my colleagues that we were in school together with Dele this weekend. I told you, and there were so many revelations. Out of those conversations came this. This guy, he knows the inner caucus, the Nigeria political setting. This is, and he mentioned the place. I think I should have written it down. It was that I wasn't recording his speech. We were just two friends talking. But basically, one place in the West, in the West, in Yoruba land, there was going to be an election, and there was one of the young guys who wanted to run. All of them used to be stronger looters, those who used to fight against Puta. So of course you got to go see the Godfather. So, but this guy was running from a different party, other than not Tinubu's party, but he had strong connections. He knows Tinubu, so he went with his delegations to go see Tinubu. I'm reciting a story that Baba, I won't run for election. I just came to seek your support. Then Tinubu told him point blank, now, well, I can't support you. We have our own candidates in our own party. But he called one of his boys, go inside, give him a bag, bullion bag. You don't understand. They gave him a bag. So he left. Then one of the boys came back to Tinubu, and those who went and brought the bag, bullion bag of money, came back and brought Tinubu, Baba, why you give him money now. He's running against our candidate. Then Tinubu said, how do you know he's not going to win? How do you know he's not going to win? If he wins, he works for us. That's the story of Nigeria. I told you I had extensive conversation on this. So this, like, they're sponsoring both parties. So if you guys make the mistake of even counting the votes, it's still who pays the piper or whatever dictates the tune. He told them, go and get bullion bag, give him. While he supports some parties. So all the parties is like a finger he has in hand, just like Abacha, in all the parties. So it doesn't matter who wins. Guess who they are going to turn in their return for? That was, as you said, wow. That was why I was just saying, wow. As the level of information coming to me. That's why when I said the rot is deeper than you all know. And these are people, someone telling me this story, who has already been converted to one of them, telling me inside that story, who used to be a strong fighter against the system. So if they can buy opposition party, they can buy the military, buy the police, buy the judges, buy journalistic institution, press houses. Who are you that they can't buy? Who are you that is making noise, disturbing them? They will crush you. And guess whose money are they using? Owo Abunol of Inshabula Lejo. The same way they got rid of Ambode. Because you know why they got rid of Ambode? He wasn't returning the amount that's supposed to come in. We're done. We got to stop this madness. Find a way. I just thought I should put that in so you all know the level of rot.
It's crazy. I kid you not. Reading this book is a real expose. Yeah. Imagine they're trying to make this man magistrate, pay him 60,000 naira, give him a house, give him a car. Any cases that come through them, this man will have no choice but to grant judgment in their favor. You know how mad that is? So even if you have a valid case, you have all the evidence, you have all the, they would not even consider it. This has been long time coming, and then this is how they position people people in positions of power to continue to suppress people. So imagine now you're becoming a lawyer in that country. What chance do you have? You don't know anybody. Your father doesn't know anybody. Your father is not a wealthy man. You see, say now one chance you enter. That means you will not be left to maybe go and be frying akara. That's what it is. So every other lawyer that's coming through that law school, and I'm beginning to, why are people wasting money going to law school in Nigeria? It's an absolute waste of money because there is no upward mobility. There's none. Even if you say you want to have your law firm, if you are not connected, if you don't know who is who, who related, you are not making any money, nothing. You just be polishing other people's shoes for them. That's what you'll be doing. They'll be throwing bone at you. It's crazy, oh. Mr. Frank, welcome. Oh, greetings, sir. Sorry. Can you hear us? Frank Emmanuel.
Yeah, my
sir.
big sister, yeah, you don't
Welcome, sir. I don't say. How you did now? Happy New Year. Even though
thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Now when the year won't end, they say Happy New Year, Abi.
Yes, now you now the way I know they say now when you wake up in your morning. So now they sing for the first time this year. So you have to be happy. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In fact, this thing, this kind of story where they our country can give person pneumonia. To tell you. In fact, I was just talking to Elvis yesterday. I said, if assuming in these three arm of government that we have, judiciary, legislative, and executive. Now, Dele has written the little he knew about the rottenness in the judiciary, right? How we can see another person can just come up again and write the rottenness in the legislative arm. Then another person again will come up again and write the rottenness in the executive arm. I can imagine what will come up in totality. That tells you that our perishing in that country is because of not being aware of what is happening. See, my people perish for lack of knowledge. We don't have knowledge of what is happening, what these criminals are doing. Imagine this revelation is just a tip of iceberg. I'm telling you, if all lawyers can just come up with integrity and speak up, you will know that we don't have judiciary at all. It's a shame. It's a shame. I'm telling you. All this what they are calling themselves Sansan from left and right. They are all criminal Sansans, nothing to offer. It's a shame, sincerely. So my sister, it's up to Nigerians, it's up to us. Now that we are seeing all these things coming out at this time of time and year, I don't think it's ordinary. God is speaking to us as people, not just prayer. Find out why you are in the situation where you are. If you go to hospital, the doctor will diagnose and find out what is wrong with you first. Every problem, issue of life identified is half solved. Now we know, people of Nigeria, now we know. That's just one arm of the government. Let's find out again anywhere. But my prayer now is that let someone that will have integrity and will be fearless, like Dele Farotimi, that will come up from the legislative arm and expose the rottenness that is there, just like that old man Bukachua that was saying things about his wife innocently. There are another person again that will be fearless and that has integrity, that will come up and write, pen it down, not just to talk, pen it down, just like put it in black and white. Let it also be the best seller, expose the what's it called, the executive arm, the rottenness, the transaction that goes in there. I'm telling you, we'll be shocked what is happening. That tells you that we don't have democracy. Just look at what Ghana did 2 days ago. That's a practical example of people that need change. The incumbent has already seen the result ahead of time. Even before the announcement, he congratulated the winner. That is decency. That is integrity. But what happened in our own case? Our own case is grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. And they've been doing it. The guy spoke it out, and he acted according to what he said. What did he say? He said, what money cannot do, more money can do. That is why he keeps giving people Ghana must go to go and perpetrate evil. It's unfortunate. All these things that we are aware today is up to us, Nigeria, to wake up, to stop this mess. Otherwise, I don't know what you are going to bequeath to our children. I don't know. If we cannot fight it now, is it our children that will fight? My sister, I don't hear. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Frank, thank you. Well, I don't know. Me, I want us to, I'm thinking of maybe we should take chapter 6 because this is really interesting. This is really interesting. I find it interesting. I don't know about you guys. I do. This speaks to the integrity of this man. Not be today. it seemed like he knew exactly the direction his life was going to take, and he was ready for it. By turning down a lot of things that could have given him more money, he said, no, I'm ready to. How many people can do that these days? How many people? Many people will not turn down money like that.
In fact, Dele is like, Dele Farotimi is like the voice of him that cried in the wilderness.
In the wilderness, exactly. That's what it is.
So that's just what happened.
Yeah, he really is.
He's the only person. He's the only person among all the lawyers that I've known so far that have been shouting, talking. Now he has put it in black and white. See, the truth is that you can only buy the messenger, but you cannot kill the message.
That's
the message
true.
has gone round.
That's
the secret
true.
has gone round.
Yeah.
So it's up to us now. What we do with the message is up to
That's
us. If they shut him up, if they shut him up, what about what has gone around globally? The book is one of the best sellers in Amazon today. So that is it.
Wow. Anyway, Mr. Ferreira, anybody want to add anything before we continue this read? I want us to do chapter 6 so that we start with chapter 7. Because chapters.
Yeah, sorry, my network, I had to log back in.
Yeah, I was wondering, I said, what happened to my brother? Go ahead, sir.
I just have to say that, look, at some point, we all have to come together. Like, what is going on right now in Nigeria, even in some African countries, this thing happened long ago in so many countries in Western, Eastern Europe, even in Singapore, in Malaysia, and so many of these, even South Korea, as at 50 years ago, the GDP of Zimbabwe and some African countries were larger, and these countries were even doing better than places like South Korea. But look at where they are today. At some point in time, we just all have to come together and decide how we want to be governed, how we want the country to be, because what we have right now is not a country. We said I don't know how they got the constitution one way or the other, but even in the constitution, that this fraudulent constitution that they are parading around, they said there is freedom of speech, and then the guy went out there and spoke his mind. They put him in handcuffs because he said his mind. So at some point in time, we have to make it. For right now, I don't see anything working in the country. We have to make a decision how we want this country to be run. Because first of all, we don't have a constitution that was written by the people. If we are going to live together, we have to live together and have a common front and have a common goal, in the sense that we have to have a constitution that works for everybody, not for the elite. Because whenever a constitution only works for the elite, we know how it's going to end up. We know what happened in Syria right now. So at the end of the day, people are just going to keep doing what they are doing, believing that if the oppressed, in the words of what's his name? I think Karl Marx or something. The bourgeoisie will keep getting rich, and the proletariat will keep getting poorer. If the proletariat don't come together, we the Marxists, if we don't come together and decide to do something, these guys are going to keep oppressing us because they feel like nothing is going to happen. I can't believe the fraudulent constitution said there is freedom of speech. Here, the guy is coming out and speaking his mind. He's being placed behind bars.
And charged with treason. And
charged with treason. And one old man is coming out and telling us, oh, he defamed me. He's not respecting an elder. Look,
exactly.
Look, we all did humanities. In centuries ago, we even in Greek, even during the time of Aristotle, these guys, they will even tie up, sit outside like the way some old people will do in village. They'll be drinking wine and chewing cola nut and stuff. They did all those things. But because they believe that none of those things are going to move them forward, they have to evolve and get out of that mindset. Even in Nigeria, the problem is not even corruption. The problem is the culture. If we cannot get out of this mindset, if we cannot evolve and change our mindset and change our culture, some of the laws are even there, but they don't follow it. It doesn't work because they believe if you have the money, like just how he was supposed to be placed as a magistrate, so they can control him as a puppet. If you have the money, you can control everything. And there is gross disregard for the rule of law. That's the problem.
And we have to decide, are we going to keep going like this? Are we going to, some people will say, oh, not talk, or if you talk, or they will buy you. But here's the thing, even in the Bible, some people will be like, oh yeah, let's keep praying. Yeah, I believe in prayer, but if we don't rise up and fight for what belongs to us, then we're going to keep being governed by those who are illiterate, just like what is happening in the do right now. A guy can't even he can't even read 605 billion, 700 or something million, couple thousand. You know, we're going to keep getting leaders like that, and we are not going to end up in any way.
One love, I just say you vote for Akpakomiza now. Why did you like this?
I know, God forbid bad thing.
I have the mess with you. I'm sorry, I make mistake. 605, 650, wait. He didn't even end up pronouncing it. I said, what the hell is this?
Yeah, I think after some time they just told him, just say 605 billion, move on.
Oh, anyway.
Yeah.
Dele Farotimi with the talk. But you're right. Go ahead.
We need to have a constitution that is written by the people. If in that constitution we would decide, because it happened in America too. Like these guys declared independence in 1776. Constitution was not written until like 18 something, almost 13 years after. That was when they came together. After they did their research, they went to Europe, went to different countries, like, how do we want to be governed? And then when James Madison and the rest of the guys and Hamilton went into the Independence Hall in Pennsylvania, and then when they came out, and a lady was asking Hamilton, like, and what do we have now? And he said, a republic, if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. If you can keep that republic, if you can keep to the constitution and the written. They didn't just come together and be like, oh, 3 military guys from South, 3 military guys from the West, and forge a constitution. They did their research and decided that this is how we want to be governed. And then they went, put the pen to paper, and wrote a constitution. What we have right now is a forgery and a forged document that should never have stood, you know.
You know what? What you said, One Love, is on point, and that's part of the conversation we had yesterday. I don't know if you left at some point. That's part of one of the points that Mr. Ferreira raised. Okay, and there's stuff going on behind the scenes. So if it's something that if you feel like if it's something you want to be a part of, you can let me know, because I know you personally. So because I know that you also want a new Nigeria and you are desperate to see it yourself, just like I am, and a lot of us are. So if you want to be a part of that, you can send me a message by email or the number on flashing across the panel thing right now below. You see it there, and then we can take it from there. Because honestly, we cannot keep talking. As also talk now, we dey talk. So talk. Since last year, now we don't dey talk. Since Peter Obi lose, now we don't dey. As if they use talk do us for Nigeria. Talk. I just say now more action, less talk. Now they pay pass. Look at what other countries are. See Ghana. I know say the president of Ghana, he grew up in Kwara State. No, Abi, na Kwara State, Abi, where you see he was raised by a stepmother from Nigeria. The man is very familiar with the terrain in Nigeria. Young man. See as the election goes smoothly. We are here, still struggling.
Let me tell you, freedom is not given, it's fought for. So the day when Nigerians are ready to fight for their freedom from these capitalistic criminals, that is when they will get it. That's the truth. Fighting might not be as far carrying arms and all that. Do it through the votes. Come out en mass and vote out every criminal in the system. It's possible. It's doable. I'm telling you, it's doable. The Ghanaians, they did it.
Did you say vote out? Did you say vote out?
Yes. But I'm not talking about carrying. I'm talking about vote.
How do you vote out with a rigged system? How do you vote out with a rigged judiciary, rigged system altogether? The House of Reps is rigged. Senate is rigged. Police is rigged. armies, how do you vote out people
The
like
thing
that?
is that we are so much ascribing powers to these people so much. It's just that we are not in unity. We are not in unity. That's another major thing. They have succeeded in dividing us. If the people speak and decide this government we are not going to vote for this person, this is the person we are going to vote for, and they follow it through with every process. Even when army comes there, they will, in fact, see, it's possible. It's possible. It's just unfortunate that we are so divided that when we say this thing, and now look at it, it's not possible. If we stay here, we fine. If we enter, we fine. You remember those lepers? They went in only for them to discover that all those enemies, they have all run away. Let's give it a try. The truth is that life is, if you don't fight for something, I guarantee you will just fight for anything. If you don't fight for something, stand for something. Let it be that this person fight because of what he stood for. Otherwise, you will still fight for anything.
Mr. Frank Emmanuel, I'm sorry to break it to you. There is no election that will give us what we want. It's not possible. There is no election. Do you know that most of the people that were elected, that came on the back of Peter Obi, the House of Rep members, do you know they've defected to APC? They are all APC members now. Your judiciary is in the pocket of one man. Your military is in the pocket of one man. Your army is in the pocket of one man. Please tell me, how is an election going to give you what you want? Let's not kid ourselves. Unless we want to lie, unless we want to continue to delude ourselves and think that voting is going to help us get what we want. That time has passed. The time when you had the opportunity to vote in the right people and fight for what you have was last year, 2023. You missed that opportunity. I'm sorry. That was a vantage. That was a window right there that was open. That's been shut forever. Do you think that during that 2023 election, people came out and did we will not be where we are? The conversation would have been different. Now, another thing for the talk, why can we know? Let's let Peter Obi know that this is what we would have been discussing. But here we are, discussing as if you're trying to break up the soil before you start planting. That's what we are. We don't even have a foundation in Nigeria. We don't. So please, there's no election, that's going to get you what you want. If you don't know who Tinubu be, T-Pain, hey, and in wife, you see that in wife especially, you don't know. That man he don't come gone for Nigeria. Nothing unless Nigerians decide. Not be 10 people here, 5 people there, 3 people there. No. Thousands. Thousands, millions, if possible. They go run people out of. See the only announcement say we want announce, say people won't come, we'll go protest. See how your House of Rep members start to fly out. Not be there, Uba, not be will tell you, say, Uba, what do they call this man? Uba, Peter Uba say he pass away. Not be from where it came from. Not be. Look, we are not ready. When we are ready, we know what to do. We know what to do. Exactly. God's special grace. Who will announce the result? Thank you. Which INEC? Is it this INEC that will come and me? I don't have energy for that. No. The emotional roller coaster I went through 2023, the pain, the tears are never. It's not going to happen. Anybody that's talking about election, I will make my platform available, but now sit down and look the monkey business. Now so I go to look, because guess what? I'll be rooting for the person I know is going to win. When I go bar, I talk am now. As soon as I go bar, I go they push for T-Pain. I say, I bet now T-Pain go win. Forget now strategies. The man know what he do. Now him I go support. Wallahi. Nigerian suffering never full reach. If you people are thinking about election again, Oh, you never know now they play. Person when don't buy now, he don't pay money for Nigeria, but no, no. He has paid. He's gonna get what he wants by all means necessary. And you know the funny part? People when they outside, they back him up in their ambition. He has support from outside. How? Please, make we rest. And Mr. People is a welcome. Should write what he wants us to do with it. Exactly. I don't know if Mr. Frank is still here. Mr. Frank, they have a question for you. Okay, he's not here. He's gone. Oh, sorry. Oh, you didn't hear me? Okay. Uh-oh. Did I remove you by mistake? Okay, sorry. Okay. So he said, ask the speaker who said the legislature should write. What do you want them to do with it? What do you want to do with the writing? They say, make I ask you. Mr. Bibo is going to ask.
What I'm saying is that now, like the way Dele Farotimi has come out to write his experience, right, in judiciary, I wish we can have another Dele Farotimi again in the legislative arm that will do the same thing. They will have another Dele Farotimi again in the executive arm that will reveal all those rottenness, all those transactions, and put it together just the way we are reading this one now. The exposure will be so much, will be so humongous that everybody will be surprised. That alone will move Nigerians to do or the undo to make sure that will not occur again anymore. Because the truth is that what Dele Farotimi will reveal here is just a tip of iceberg, just his own little experience, his own little encounter that he had in this what's it called, judiciary. You understand, as a lawyer. So I'm just saying, if everything is revealed fully from all the arms of government we have, Nigerians will be so shocked and surprised. This one is nothing to do.
Can I respond to Mr. Emmanuel?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Emmanuel, let me ask you a question. You go to Nigeria regularly. Have you ever gone to Nigeria? Do you pass through the airport?
Let me read my airport. Like Port Harcourt Airport is nothing to write home about.
So they ask for money. They ask for money for you to
everywhere
enter.
Now.
Okay, you go through Nigerian police. Let me continue. I never finished. They go through Nigerian police and they ask for money, right? Right? And they get Oga.
Yes,
have you ever had a case in Nigeria where you have to bribe somebody? So you're saying no. Where I'm going with this, let me stop there. Where I'm going with this is that we Nigerians, we are we do something. We are so much in denial. The evidence is in front of us. You as a person, you don't need Dele Farotimi to write these things before you know they are there. You just confirm that Port Harcourt Airport is even horrible. You don't need another person from the legislation, or what did you just call it, to write another book. Me and you and Omoye, we know say this thing they there. So to say they wait for another person to write book. Okay, let's say the person can't write the book. What you go do? Dele don't write, what you do? So I beg my brother, Nigeria, look, let me explain it the way I understand it. This is not an attack on you, sir. Due respect. You see, for 64 years, we have been sedated.
What I'm saying is that what I was actually saying is that I said if how do I even put it? Just look at how the whole system is right now, and we have three arms of government. And among the three arms of government, just only one arm came up with this little revelation. See how the whole place is boiling.
Emmanuel, that's another lie. You have just confirmed. Let us be real. You just said we have three arms of government. We have no government. until me and you come to that agreement, we no go anywhere. Every day when we stay here, they lie to ourselves. Say we get democracy. Say we get government. Say we get citizenship. Say we get the things where we no get. Say we get electricity. Say we get road. Say we get hospital. Say we get police wey go protect us. Say we get court wey go give fair judgment. Every day we open our mouth, admit that lie, we no go get solution. Until the day, me and you, we go both say, my brother, we no get government. You see, what you have just done is to point finger at them. And in my revelation yesterday when I was talking, for as long as we keep saying that it is them, it is APC, it is Tinubu, it is PDP, it is Labour, we dey lie to ourselves. It is me and you. Let me tell you about somebody, a bully. A bully will continue to bully you until the day you stand your ground and stop him. The reason we have not stopped them as a people is because for 64 years, we have been sedated. Sedation means, say, a woman go club, he won't buy drink, they can't put pills for him drink. So they can't inhibit a movement, or a man. They can't carry him, go home, go violate him. We have been inhibited in our thinking, in our education, in everything that we have known about ourselves. Our ability to respond has been reduced. I'm not giving this as an excuse. I'm just telling you our pragmatic reality. If people don't know their pragmatic reality means, say, your true situation, you know, go fit survive. You know, fit survive. You go just they lie to yourself. You go from fry pan to fire. You go just they go be like what fella puts for some, like 1 year ball. We 1 year win, they blow for 1 year corner. Until the day you, Mr. Emmanuel Frank, admit that we have no citizenship. But every day you continue to admit that we have a country, we have this, we have things we don't have. We and you cannot sit down and move on to the next level of conversation of what is the solution. Because we are not even on the same level, say, we get this problem. You are saying something else, I am saying something else. That's where we are. We have been sedated for 64 years. You think say it's easy to sedate person for 64 years? You know how long it takes apartheid to fight apartheid? Let me finish, then you can add. I'm sorry, let me just finish this. Apartheid took almost 50 or 100 years to fight. Apartheid was easy. Apartheid, you see your enemy, now white versus black. You see your enemy. Even in fighting apartheid, people like Stephen Biko realize that if they don't go, he has to leave medical school to start to go they prepare in people. Because he knows, say, if he no prepare in people, now in people, now then they military for apartheid. They punish black. So he understands, say, now the system he need to crush. And to crush the system, he has to prepare them. He can't leave medical school. Say, if he become doctor for South Africa, he will still be second-class citizen. Nigerians never realize, say, they don't get citizenship. They still think, say, they get citizenship. Because today they are rich, or today they are close to the corridor of power, or today their party is the ruling party. It will not be like that forever. One day that Nigeria will happen today where the umbrella of power is covering. Until we come to terms with our real diagnosis. You know, feed they treat cancer. They treat cancer with Panadol. I can leave and make you talk, Mr. Frank.
Okay, I just want to ask a question now. How do we get out of this quagmire?
Very easy. Very easy. I don't know whether you are older than me or we are about the same age, or I will pass you, but I will assume you are older than me. Since the day they born you,
with this small boy,
waiting we don't be here. The day where we did secondary school, no be say we no fit fight government, no be say we should just obey our elders. Nobody say we should just follow
I
orders.
know.
No be like that. They train
Nigeria
us.
go better. Nigeria go better. Nigeria go better.
When we dey young, nobody us they say the future of the nation. Which of those statements?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah. Parents, listen to your children. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Try and pay our school fees.
So they
and give us a sound
education. That what we see is what is right. Even some of us, wait,
I know.
because some of us leave the country, we can't see, say, I fit get job when I don't get somebody we go write letter. I know where I know one big man. So, Mr. Frank, we have to tell ourselves the truth, and until we destroy the darkness that has uncovered us, we're not going anywhere. The solution is here. You asked me a question. Sorry, I didn't answer your question. Our solution is, first of all, we need to start a diaspora media house, just like the Arabs have their Al Jazeera, and it has to be based abroad. Where go be news, where go they report from Arise or Channel. It go be our own news, the news where we want it to be. No be say one big man go London or you go France. Now we go they hear. Or one idiot they defend, say the thing where they do Dele Farotimi maybe the right thing. Now we go they hear. We are hearing the voice of the oppressor, and for as long as you hear the dog of the oppressor, it's like hearing the whistle of a dog hearing a whistle. You will always respond until we start to hear our own voice, our own pain, our own mission, our own ambition. We know they go anywhere. Now them still they talk. Now waiting they talk. Now we they repeat. For now. Now waiting the people where they do us talk. Now we they repeat. That's how
this what you're saying in diaspora.
Diaspora, the way it is now, diaspora has to be more organized. First of all, diaspora have to come to a common purpose. A common purpose. We're not going to get everybody on board. But right now, as bad as that country, diaspora need to be sponsoring a movement that go open people yash, go open police inspector yash. As they spend money, as they get money, which will they sponsor our own here. As they put their own propaganda out, they open their yash. That's how. Just like they open their yash now. That's the only way. Not all this, they fight each other. That one na Labour Party. That one na APC. That one na Igbo. That one na Yoruba. That all this nonsense where they do. That one, next election. Oh, God. We could just be like that, but man, we never. So everybody they say the people never ready. Mr. Frank, you don't see doctor. We just wake up one day become doctor. No be person trainer. I mean, you don't see carpenter. You don't see carpenter. We just wake up one day become carpenter. No be person trainer or organizer. We just wake up one day. So Nigeria, we they never train since independent. Now you go come liberate himself. No be those of us we don't go out, don't see how life be. Say man, if he get job, we no big man. No be us go get our head together, come put our head together, come start to put money inside the way our mouth they talk, start to begin to attack our oppressors. It is only by political party we fit change country. It's by movement, education, reorientation, reinvention. You cannot have a revolution if you don't have a revolution of the mind. We are not even focused on the mind because we don't agree. You saying this, that. You can tell me and you just disagree on what is our problem. You say we get government. You're later. They don't get you now. If I won't count you among my enemies, I go count you for their camp now because you they work for them. I don't mean I'm like that too, but you know what I mean. Because
I get your point. Go ahead. I get it.
Because they don't capture your side to their own. So as long as they get you doing that election with them, people like me no get chance. People like Dele no get chance. People like Showore no get chance. People like Obi no get chance. People like Nnamdi no get chance. Because you still believe say we get government. And a bully will never stop bullying you until the day you stand. But we are not ready to stand because we have not been prepared. What we should be thinking is how do we prepare our people? How do we use our diaspora power? We don't even know how much power we have in this diaspora. We don't know how much money we send home. That you can can condemn Nnamdi Kanu all you want to. You can condemn Samuel Akpa all you want to. I put my head for those boys. They mobilize from outside, and there are people listening. They sit at home. Imagine if all of us speak in one voice, and the whole of Nigeria sit at home. So we're not doing anything with you people until this and this change. We get problem, but we like all these other little problem. The capture, no be now 64 years of sedation. We are under anesthesia until we wake up. But the question, who go wake us up? It is those of us who know. And we go, they try to tell our brother. If we go do them one by one. How many people you get for your phone, Mr. Emmanuel? At least 100 people. Imagine if you have the conviction, if you alone have the conviction of Dele Farotimi, how many people you can reach? If you said that with Instagram or WhatsApp message, that Instagram, at least 20 out of that 100 will respond. If Amoye do the same, if he do the same, if me do the same, if we not get the whole 100, at least 20 go respond. And with number, if we don't have that critical number of people who agree, we're not going anywhere, sir.
You're right.
Our problem now, our case be, I don't like to talk, Mr. Frank. Our case be like people
No.
Our case be like people who get the inside bus, Mr. Frank, and the bus engine don't spoil. The tire don't go. We can't dey fight about who go drive the bus. Where we want drive that kind of bus to? No be to repair engine, change tire we supposed to dey do.
Abi?
Until we do that, all these drive the bus. All of them are driving the bus now because they are sharing oil money, but the bus is going nowhere. 3 tires don't miss. The bus running on only 1 tire. 3 tires don't go. Engine don't knock. The hot temperature don't reach high. If it blow anytime. But we can't fight. Then we go drive the bus. I mean, now that one we they do.
Okay.
No be the day where we all go say, no, we no want driver. We want change tire. We want change engine. Now that day we go. We go get look, the solution could come. Make I go give you one last example. Make I shut up. If all your religious organization for Naija just say one day, no be say Satan and those ones they worship, just say one day they match their people out. Just take all the Pentecostal churches, those with 10 million, 20 million, they just match 2 million. That's just 2%. I mean 10% of their people out on the street. You don't know, say the country go change tomorrow. But
you're
because
right.
me, waiting there for me. Personal interest instead of collective interest, national interest. Now you carry us today where we did today. I better pass my neighbor. Now personal interest, then they call up. You do also say we go name generator. I better pass my neighbor.
Oh, now wow. It is well, oh, Naija.
It is not well, though. I'm sorry, it's not well. We have to really come up with solutions. This is what I'm saying. It is well. That word I don't like it very much because it's
so what do I say now? What do I say now?
What you should be saying.
Our slogan should be Nigeria cannot continue like this. If all of us get that one for
that is well, it's very
don't be say it is well or it go better. That's why we lie to ourselves. Because if you know better 30 years ago, way me run away, how you going to think say it go better the next 30 years?
We've been saying it is well for centuries. For centuries.
And yet it's not well.
And yet, so does not tell you that there's something wrong with that slogan itself? Because they say there's power in words, right? If it is true that there's power in words, you've been saying it is well, how come it is not well? That means the state of your mind, the state of the mind is messed up. People have been delusioned. People have been brainwashed, okay, for years. So there's certain words that I hear coming from Nigerians, and it riles me up inside. Like, what the please don't say it's off. I find it offensive because everything, look around you, everything is not all right. People have lost hope in Nigeria. People are ready to go anywhere, any length, just to get out of that country rather than stay there because they've lost all hope. Do you know what it means to lose hope? Once you lose hope, that's the end. That's what we can see in Nigeria. That's why people don't have any. It's almost like there's no fight in them anymore. People are so tired, like, they've bought, and then the churches are not helping. The churches are there to further numb the people, to keep them in chains. That's what the churches are there for. They are not there to tell you the truth, to revolutionize your mind and say, this is not good. We have to fight for the good. No. Instead, the church is contributing to numbing the people. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Ferrer. You want to say
I want to add, say,
Those
we do one
those
experiment.
churches are business cartel. They are all
Yes,
business cartel.
yes. Mr. Emmanuel, they do one experiment with frog. They carry one frog, they can't boil the water, they throw the frog inside the water, the frog jump out. They can't carry another frog, same frog. They put them inside cold water, they can't light the fire small, then they boil the water. You know, say this frog no jump out until the water boil them. Now so Nigeria. So over the years, then they boil us small, increase the temperature every year, increase the temperature every year. We know jump out. Those of us we jump out. Those of us we will escape.
Exactly.
That's the experiment going on in Nigeria. Nigeria is an experimental ground.
Exactly.
So we have to call the truth. I said one statement. The Bible says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. We have to find our way with the truth. That's the only way we get life. All these, it is well. We are doing fine. Give us more time. We just need more time. They've been telling us that since 1960.
All hands on deck. All hands. Notice when I say here, all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. Go on with one Nigeria. How many slogan? Operation Field the Nation.
I'm telling you.
Waiting we won't talk. Nigeria, Andrew, no check out, so Nigeria will survive. How many we won't count? Andrew, no check out, so Nigeria will survive. No, not see where we did now.
Exactly. Everybody.
From the days our money is strong past dollar.
Exactly.
1,005. I beg, make we. If we all of us were there abroad, if now only just $10 we they contribute to a forceful movement that is clear in its objective, saying we want to change Nigeria, we want to drive all these criminals out, it will happen.
Yeah.
But once we don't get one voice, one person thinks in an election 27, one person thinks in a 20, everybody they wait their turn, and they tell us every day. Like Dokubo, that Asari Dokubo say, they don't tell you, say Nigeria no be for you. But every year we convince ourselves, it is if we change national anthem, we go get that. Oh, we just fool ourselves. Make I keep quiet. This man too tough.
No, you're making sense. So, Mr. Ferreira, don't keep quiet. This is the time to talk. This is not the time to be quiet. Because, like, to your point, right, this whole coming together and really figure is very important. It is, and we have to start it. Like I said yesterday, we cannot, enough of the talky. People that want to believe for election, they can keep believing. Me, I'm not knocking anybody's approach at all. If you want to be believing for election, please believe in your flower dreams. Okay? But for me, I have chosen not to. There's no election that will save Nigeria. The only thing that will save Nigeria is for people to come together and realize that we got to push for things to change. Without that, nothing is going to happen. Your election, just like you said, we will delude ourselves again, 2027. And then after that, they will not tell you, go to court. You will not carry you. Follow now, they do that one. Lie.
Before the election, they don't promise us everything. Now, Viva, go get your card. We go on the election day, they no turn on off. If that
Oh,
one not teach you lesson, Edo election and the last two elections, not only Edo and which other states they do,
Ondo abi Ogun
Ondo
State.
and
Ondo,
Edo election.
yeah.
That one no reach teach Nigeria lesson.
Ah, so exactly. Look at they
Wetin
don't
dem
even.
go do wey we, that's why I say no say make dem go write another book. We don't need book. E dey
We
for
don't need book.
evidence. We see am every day.
Every day is in your face. The reason why we are reading this book is because they arrested the man for no reason. And he wrote this book before that. So guess what? It is in their face. So we are putting it we are putting it in their faces. Like, okay, we should not make we know, we go know. You see, there's no even how this book when he writes. I never see anything when they treasonous for the book. They don't already slam him with treason sentence. Eh?
You see how we dey deceive ourselves for our country. We dey call criminals honorables.
I'm telling you.
How we won't deceive ourselves? We dey call criminals honorable, your excellency. Criminals. We dey call them rulers. People will be ruiners.
Exactly.
Using the wrong vocabulary to describe our state.
You should describe them the way they are.
The way they are.
Not trying to couch it, flower it up. They are ruiners, they're ruiners. There's T-Pain, there's T-Pain. Don't call him what? Honorable. Honorable to what? Honorable to
what? Our problem is not just to make our affliction visible. We see that every day in our lives. Our problem is to pour graphite on it because our problem is invincible. Exactly. Big is invincible. Our biggest enemy is our pastor. Our biggest enemy is our brother, will be commissioner. Our biggest enemy is our brother, will be governor. Our biggest enemy are the people very close to us.
Exactly.
Until we paint them as enemy, can't deal with them like enemy. We go just the form, be like that frog where they inside water, where then they boil small by small, small by small. We have to make our problem visible. It's invincible right now. We have to make
because people are not using the proper terms, the proper terminology. He's T-Pain, he's T-Pain. They're thieves, they're rogues. Why are you labeling them with names that ought to be on the real honorables? It doesn't make any sense. This is part of the problem. You keep giving them a name that is not their own.
And they like to bask in it. Then be big man. They are honorable. They are excellency. Thank God for Tinubu. If not for Tinubu, a lot of men would have gone to their grave. All of us still thinking they are honorable men.
Exactly. Imagine this man now. After Babalola passed away, they will now do one state burial for me. So he was you see like big people, all these their robes, them they will come up. They'll say he was an honorable man. He was gentle. I remember when I met him, he was humble. He was this. See him now outside.
In fact, this after Babalola stuff with Dele Farotimi, once I just think through it and look at this man's age, 90, how much is it? 93 or 94, 95?
92.
90 something.
They drag with a great grand king, great grand.
Okay.
It's 95, not 92. 95.
These are people trained by the white man. They don't chop that country, die. For 64 years, the white man don't train them. They don't work past the white man.
I'm telling you. I say that if it is possible for them to give them an award, say if you have this award, you automatically become white man. They go take them.
They go take them more.
That's how much they want to be like this. Why this British people? That's how
they
much
see us like human beings. They don't see us. They don't see us finish. They see us like resources where they're supposed to use. It's sad, sir.
I just for me, I just look at this Dele Farotimi book. It's like a second chance for this man because he's already on the exit already. He has already bought his ticket. He's just waiting for his flight to
you mean second chance? In what way? Second chance for what?
But okay. I will explain. You see, I just look at it that God is giving this man second chance. What I mean that for him to make amends before he exits. Let him correct all the decades of rottenness, all the things he has done within the years before he got to this age he is. This book is what opening his anus. So if let him just swallow his pride and change and own up. Because the truth is that you can't say you build industry, you build here, you build there. You want to maintain your name, your reputation on injustice, on looting, on putting people under pain to rise. You know, so the hidden thing he has done before he got to what he is today, that people are looking at him as if he's the mentor of all the lawyers, all the judges in Nigeria. You know, so for me, as this book is written, for me, I look at it that God is giving him a second chance to repent. He's scared and he's still trying to cover it up.
This man knows no God. This man does not know your God. This man is like Pharaoh.
He that covereth his sin shall not prosper.
This man
Mr. Frank Emmanuel, 1 second. So here's the thing. So you are telling me that a man at the age of 95, he has not sat down one day on his chair and took account of his life, has not self-reflected and say, hey, and say, you know what, the way I went about these things have not been very good. So in this my lifetime, I'm going to try and make amends at 95. You are telling me that the man, God is giving him an opportunity at 95 to walk back all the bad deeds that, please miss me with that. I beg you.
Okay, no, the thing is that
this is part of the problem we have in Nigeria.
No. What I'm saying is that because if you look at the approach at this stage of any man's life, any human being's life, at this stage, it should be more of like compassion, forgiving. It shouldn't begin to any little thing. It shouldn't begin to flare and pick people. Like just look at the approach.
Mr. F. Emmanuel. Mr. F. Emmanuel.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, when you speak like this, I wonder if you are Nigerian. Seriously.
I'm a Nigerian now.
Seriously. You see, you and I knows what is going on there. The only reason why all these things are happening is that their age, is that their honors. There's no any other thing. The only reason you see this happening is because they want to defend that honor, defend that they are older than you. If you have time, please, there's one interview Channels did to one lawyer today. Go and listen to that lawyer. You will understand why all these things are happening. It's just ego. It's just ego. It's nothing more. Are you telling me he's a fool that he don't know? That he doesn't know that this is he's just waiting for his flight. He's got his body pass already. Are you telling me that? Anybody who crosses 70 has already got their body pass. Yeah.
Mr. Chooks, what I'm trying to say is that I say if at this time, at this age of his life, something like this came up, and he couldn't still reflect on it and see how he could follow through the process amicably and make peace, and also make sure that he didn't get to this level. I wonder when he's going to do it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Because at somebody at 95, you should begin to wind up, begin to make peace, even with your enemy.
Let me be honest with you, Mr. Frank. Mr. Emmanuel. This man doesn't see himself as a man who is going to die. He sees himself as a god. He's like Pharaoh right now, a god of the Egyptian. And there you are, Moses, coming to him and saying, let my people go. He's telling you point blank, I do not know your God. I don't know your God. I am God here. Who are you to tell me to let this Israelite go? Who are you? Show me who your God is. The same thing.
The
Moses and then
wow.
Pharaoh, a man who is Pharaoh, the owners of Nigeria, and you are coming to them to say, let my people go. Who are you? In the name of one God. Which God? I do not know your God. Your God don't exist to you.
I thought that when people are at this point in their life, it's a point of making peace with every enemy and everybody. I don't know that this guy will see hold on to his.
He has no enemy. He has subjects. You're missing the point. The man does not have enemy. He has subjects. He's a God himself.
Mr. Manuel, I guess you've been listening for the past 2 weeks. Some of you have been treating this for the past 2 weeks. When he talks about the kings and the obas and the whatever they call themselves, the elders, this is exactly the problem we have. It's not any other thing. If Omoye can play that interview, you will understand why all these things are happening. A revenge. That's all you hear. And they come up with all kinds of nonsense talk. You know, for these people,
what is the interview? What is who's the? Can you
today,
tell me?
It was today. I watched it live. You know, it was today morning.
News?
Yeah, on Arise News. You know, they talked to the man about this Dele Farotimi and Aguaya. You know,
Isn't the defamation law in Nigeria, the Farotimi and Babalola case explained? This looks like this was News Central. News Central?
No, not News Central. It's this and all these things is what Farotimi.
We lost you, Mr. Obibueze. I'm trying to find it. Let me go and find it. Go ahead, Mr. Pereira. You were saying, okay.
Yeah, these people don't see us as humans, or they see themselves as God. They are the owners of the country. You are their subject. Who give you the audacity to question them? That's the way they think. They're not thinking like normal. You have fear God is going to die. As he is like that, he believes he can still live 20 more years because he got money.
Yeah,
and money can buy anything and extend life. And all you people who are not human beings, you're coming to talk to him. He is the God. You don't know your God. That's what happens to man. When you have too much power, they start thinking themselves as God. You know?
Interesting.
That's what it is. They're not thinking like you are thinking. You are thinking like a good person. Like a man who knows God. That's not the way they think. They don't even see men. They see subject, they see property, they see things they can use. They see things that must obey. And if you don't obey, they want to know why. And then they will show you who they are, who they think they are. But forgetting that they are not God. You have to understand their mentality. I mean,
wow.
All of them, from Tinubu, all of them, not just him, most of Nigerian big men. That's the way they see. They are big men. You are a small man. Who is this small man challenging a big man? It's a messed up country. We have to call it what it is. That's the first solution. We have to, I think it's those of us from diaspora that can really come together. But right now, our voice is not one. We have too many depraved people among us. When I mean depraved, people who are mentally sick among us. And we have too many hypocrites among us until we reduce that number and then start waking up all the good people among us, people who have lost interest, people who are good, but because Nigeria has happened to them or they are so disappointed in Nigeria, they've shut themselves out. We have to reach out to those people, wake them up too. So there's a lot of work to be done. It's not, there's still a long road to freedom. But how can we be free when most of us don't even believe we are in bondage?
Exactly.
Most of us already think we are free. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Majority of us think we are free.
When we're not.
And we're not.
Mr. Bibus, I played the video before. It's the one, the Babatunde Ogala that was talking. That's who he's referring to. We've already listened to the, to the video. It's to be honest with you, Mr. Frank, you sound very. It's almost like you don't know.
And we won't pick me up again.
I won't pick you up because they sound like
No.
you sound like you don't really know the depth of how things bad for Nigeria.
No, I know. I know. The thing is that I expected this Baba at this level of his life. You understand? Yes, Dele Farotimi must have written the book exposing the things he know, all his experiences and all his encounters in that judiciary. No problem. This Baba would have just kept mute, go to his own small corner, and begin to ask Baba God to have mercy on him until the day his flight will take off. Finish. But rather, because of pride, I want to retain his name.
Because he's not
Yeah,
there. These are people who don't think, they think like gods. They don't think like regular. These people have been so the opportunities they've gotten, they've been so spoiled, like they see themselves as above, as infallible. That's how they see themselves. It's some level of it's a level of ego that I can't even explain. These are people who don't consider you as people. They see you as less than. As long as you're not in that circle, you're less than. So they don't see any wrong in what they do. Did you ever listen to the interview that Obasanjo gave? I think it was Chudi. He sat down with and did the interview. Chudi asked him, do you have anything to apologize for? Do you have any regrets, whatever? Obasanjo boldface said no, he doesn't have anything. That was where I said, God, we have a problem in Nigeria. We have a problem. Because for you, there's no human being that doesn't make mistake. No matter how perfect you are, you should be able. The problem is what is missing is self-reflection. You have to be able to be introspective about your life. You have to be able to think about your actions and say, no, maybe if I had another opportunity, I would have done it this way. I think because I did it this way, this is why I got this result. Nothing like that. He just said, oh no, I don't have any regrets. I don't have anything to apologize for. That is madness. Do you know what that means? I found it disturbing. Because he's a human being. If he sees himself as not being able to make mistake and not having to apologize, I wonder, these people go to church. So which God are they praying?
Baba was even went to Bible school now. He even went for there
was a time he went for Bible school. God are they praying? So which God are they serving? Because it's madness. This is part of the problem we have. This is part of the problem. We have a big problem. If a man cannot introspect, a woman cannot look back and say, nah, I for do one like this, I for do like this, I for not do. Because you are human, you're going to make mistakes. For you to have the opportunity to speak to people and say, I probably would have done, you don't have to say the things that you could have done differently. You say, you know what, I probably would have done some things differently, hindsight being 2020 now, I probably would have, but at the time, the way you think, the way the world is was different. So, there was there's a way you can explain it. Nothing like that. That's what is playing out in this Dele Farotimi and Afe Babalola. To Afe Babalola, he is a god. He owns Ekiti State. Haven't you heard that? Look at his chambers today. He was covered with security all over. That is madness. One man out of more than 200 million people has that much power. There's a problem. Nigerians, there's a problem. No human being in Nigeria should have that much power. I don't care who you are related to. You should not. Somebody is a lawyer, is influencing decision in the north, influencing decision in the west, influencing decision all over the country. And people don't see anything wrong with that.
I think they're in
Basically,
court.
I expect that Nigerians will pour out in the street, not because of Dele Farotimi. To be honest with you, because of the expose that what do we have? The judiciary is gone. If any man has problem now, you cannot go to court in good conscience and take your case to court and get a lawyer. The lawyer will say, do you have money? It's because you have to be able to bribe the judges to get a judgment that is in fact that favors you. Do you know how problematic that is? Why are we surprised that there's jungle justice? Somebody steals a loaf of bread, they will just put tire for a neck, boom, the next thing. That's why it's so common. Or they will just beat somebody to a pulp. Those things are not normal. Those things mess up people's psyche. It's trauma. It's traumatizing. We can't continue like this. We need to put actions on ground. We need to be doing something. Even if not to break melon, we need to start doing something. We cannot just allow things play out like this. It's madness. So it's madness. And then you're just saying, he should be on. He's supposed, this stage when they're supposed to say, people go, they come meet them, because they give them advice. Don't do this. So I did it in my own time. Don't do it. Doesn't pay. Don't do this. Now, so it's supposed to they talk. This awareness, Dele Farotimi, right? Omo, as a great grandfather and ancestor, you go call Dele Farotimi, go sit down. You go say, I read your book. I found it quite interesting. But I kind of have a problem with da. Is this your opinion and thoughts about this? Is this your account of what you felt happened? You have a conversation with the man as a child, for crying out loud. This thing didn't even have to play out the way it did. This is the problem. He could have sat him down, but they cannot think like that, you see. They can't think like that because to them, they are gods in their eye. How dare he? How dare he? That's the mindset. Look at putting a man in handcuffs. Meanwhile, Yaya Bello was in Nigeria for how many months? They said they were looking for him. The man was chilling, riding the latest cars. They couldn't do anything to him. They tried to go and arrest him. The man came out with his own police too. They were shooting at each other. Are we serious right now? Are we serious? If we fold our hand and continue to allow these things play out, do you think it's normal? We they talk this thing like this, everybody they laugh, we're all having fun. It's not fun, no. It's not a good thing. Nations are looking at us and saying, wow, these people are as bad as we claim, as we say they are truly. Your elders, your ancestors, people will go to church. Oh, every ancestor of my father's house, every ancestor of my mother's house. Oh, yeah. Your ancestor is right in front of you, causing you from moving forward and fulfilling destiny and becoming all that you can truly be in your own land. You are not doing anything about it. Your pastors are paid to numb you, to tell you it is well. It's because you are not praying hard enough. Instead of 40 days, let's do 120-day fasting. And you see people following and doing the same thing. You're going to church. Look at the experience that they had. Look at the number of people that came out. That tells you how effed up Nigerians are. People are still going to church events. Meanwhile, your enemies are right in front of you. They are numbing you to your problems. After they have numbed you, they will go to their homes and bag of rice is nothing to them. In fact, they get it for free. Petrol is nothing to them. They buy it for free. But you, with your hard-earned money, you carry and go and give it to pastor. You'll be praying for an enemy that never leaves you alone. Meanwhile, the enemy is right in front of you. The enemy is your pastor, is your traditional leader, is your politician. Those are your enemies in Nigeria. They are there. They've exposed themselves. Their teeth is broken. You can see them. You're not doing anything about it. That tells me how messed up Nigerians are. People should pour out in the street for the rights of a man that was taken. People should be demanding, what did he do? That's what people should be doing. They should make it unbearable for them. But no. No, everybody is busy talking. When are we going to really put actions behind it? We can't possibly continue like this. All that excuse, oh, this man, oh, I don't care. He should respect himself. An old man does not respect himself. Now, disgrace they get. Everybody talks about who knew Afe Babalola before now. He was only in the university we knew. I didn't even know about it. It's only recently I knew he had university.
Yeah, he has Afe Babalola University, yeah, in Ekiti.
Big. I mean,
the truth is, if it is talk with people, Nigerians, home and abroad, we have talked, but the only thing that is lagging, the only thing that is completely lacking is action. Is action. Is the action that will bring about the change. Is the action that will bring the result we desire. But if it is talk will only create awareness. That's all. That's all. To just create, okay, A, B, C, okay, I've heard. This one I've heard. What I've heard. Say, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Now you have the knowledge. You are aware of the decadence. You are aware of the looting. You are aware of the corruption. You are aware of their dealings. What are you doing? What are we doing now that we are aware? That's the thing. Because if we come here for 7 days on this platform and be talking, you find out that it's the same thing we are literally talking about. We may be saying it in 2-3 different ways, but it's still the same thing we are repeating over time. So the only thing that will be the game changer is action. Look at what happened in Burkina Faso. Action. Look at what happened in Sri Lanka. Action. So talking brings awareness. Wonderful. But that is not enough. That is not enough. So until we decide to take action, like those who agree in one mind, in one purpose, to build the Tower of Babel, that even God looked at it from heaven and saw it. These people, they are together. They have one voice. They have one mind. They have one purpose. And they're in unity. Wow. Nobody will ever stop what they want to achieve. That is what I'm expecting from us, everyone, Nigerians. If we can be on one voice, one purpose, one goal, then we can bring about the change. Otherwise, everybody is just talking on his own angle. Every angle, talk here, talk there, talk scattered everywhere. There is no backing up action. There is no corresponding action. You are just daydreaming. Sincerely, we are just daydreaming. So the action is where we are having problems. Sincerely, not as we are not aware. We are all aware now. People know a lot, both legally, politically, and otherwise. People know a lot right now. So people can with the advent of social media, people won't say they are not aware of a lot of things that are happening within their home, within their community, within their village, within their country. Nobody will pretend that he or she doesn't know anymore. We are fully aware because of social media. But now that we are aware, what are we doing? The result will come in doing. Faith without work is dead. We are only deceiving ourselves. So the work, the action, the corresponding action, backing it with action. Let's work our talk, and we will see results. You know. So that's just it. That's just it, my sister.
Mr. Obiboeze, are you back? Are you able to speak now? Maybe he's busy. One Love, welcome back. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I greet you. I greet everybody.
Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you. Just listening to that guy that just spoke last, yeah, I think he was right on point. Yeah, at some point, like I was saying before, we have to decide what we need to do with this country. Because at the end of the day, if we can talk from now till the kingdom come and we don't put things into action, I didn't even follow. They said they were supposed to have a protest today, and I don't know what happened to the protest. Was it?
I have no idea too. That's what I'm asking. Like, did anybody? I don't know if anybody came out. I've been checking. I said I don't see anything about protest. So, did they postpone it?
I think what happened. The protest was supposed to be today, but it was yesterday night that they granted him bail. I think that was why the protest didn't hold again.
Yeah,
Also.
but they still didn't release him now. But say people still came out, Sha, in Afe Babalola chambers. They still came out, even though with the police heavy security around, they still came out. Yeah.
Yeah, that bail was more like it was more like a way for them to divert our attention from the and to be frank, not trying to downplay our hopes or anything like that. I just feel like they are going to keep this guy for a longer time. Yeah,
We don't do anything, if we are complacent and we keep quiet, yes, they will keep him for a long time.
That bail is set for the 20th. I mean, just watch and see what's going to happen on the 20th. They're going to come in with fresh new charges. That's what they're going to do.
But one thing they should know is that what the guy wrote, majority of the things the guy wrote on his book, they are practically confirming it by their action.
Yes,
because they are not following the actual process.
But
Omo, you are saying something?
F. Emmanuel, hi. It's me. How are you?
Auntie Ify, hello.
My brother. The truth of the matter is that I don't even know why this, sometimes I just ask myself, why is this a breaking news? Is it not the same thing that we are talking here every day? Every morning, afternoon, night? Is it because he put it in the book? Is that why his own case is different? We're even talking worse than what was written on the book. So why is it a problem? Huh?
It's true, Sha.
It's just like you guys said, we don't have a judiciary, to be honest with you. If it's in America, do you know how many people that have been defamed? Both Trump and both Biden. People call them names. I fought with somebody about Kamala Harris, defaming her. I fought with somebody over that. Did she sue anybody? No. Did she pay attention to that? No.
That's what we are saying, my sister. There's no freedom.
What kind of name are you even protecting? The only thing they will know this man for is when he dies. This is the only case they will remember him for. This issue of
I'm telling you.
Overshadow
I'm telling you, if the thing is so shameful to the point that all the legacy is claiming, all the things, the good name you think he has amassed and the weight he has amassed. People who remember anything. This is what we call, it is one thing to run, it is how well you finish that matters. If at this point of his life he's not finishing well, I don't understand because go ahead, man.
My brother, did you see the WikiLeaks? Did you see the leak about him today?
I heard it.
Not I heard it.
I heard it.
There. Or rather, it is there. $200 and something thousand in cash. Bribed the $1 million for 5 appeal court judges. It is there. Is he gonna?
Is he gonna
arrest the other people? No, he's not going to do that. The Hausa man that came on national television and spoke about, that was 2 days ago, and spoke about how he was paid. The man, the Feba Balola, whatever his name is, how he was paid to come and defend NNPC. Did he arrest him? No, he cannot. There are people that will speak and there is nothing he can do. Trust me, there are people that are untouchable in that country, and he will not do anything. In fact, they will come take it and say it. He will still do nothing.
Wow. Let me correct you.
That's the truth of the matter. But honestly, again, I don't blame them. Who do I blame? The citizens. Until we are ready to march out, these people, they're not gonna let this power go. They're not gonna let it
see
go.
what they do.
My brother.
The citizens are gullible. What do I mean by that? Citizens will cry, "Ebing power." They will give us rights, and we will keep quiet. Citizens will cry, "We don't have good road, though." They will add more rights to us, and we will keep quiet. Citizens will say, "Hey, we don't have security." They will increase the rights and give us, and we will still keep quiet. Nonsense. Anything we demand from this government, we live a beggarly kind of nation to our politicians. That is how we act. We act beggarly to them. We don't act as if we are the one who put them there. And they have mastered that act. They have mastered it. That is why anything we ask, they just give us crumbs and they continue with what they are doing. Tomorrow we'll be crying. Cry.
But you are not the one who put them there. You're not the one.
My brother.
They do selection and stuff. Wasting money.
On paper now, they will say on paper, we voted them in on paper. That's why on election day you go and see people lining up with their PVC, want to vote nonsense.
I also, I think, I don't know if I forgot. I have to look for the source. I also read that this Afe Babalola Ole was also involved in how Abacha looted some money from Nigeria.
They are all the same now.
Yeah.
My brother, they are all the same. There is nothing anybody will tell you about Nigeria that you'll be shocked. Just tell me what anybody that will say now, you'll be like, oh my God, are you for real? Look at all of us here chilling and be talking about this. It's no longer a news for us. So, I mean, my thing is that I bet you the only problem why this case is still lingering on is just pride.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in one side of his head, he will be thinking, I think I made a mistake. I should have ignored this man just like I ignored him. He wasn't the only person that was mentioned in that book. So why is he taking it personal? He wasn't the only person. He wasn't the only name that was mentioned in that book. Other law firms were mentioned, right? They ignored him. But he took it upon himself. In fact, even Falana has even spoken against him. And that's why I said, I know I'm not a fan of them with VDM, but I respect them. Because Falana is in a bigger position also to do the same thing, but he did not do that. See, the case is now gradually dying. Anybody talking about Falana and VDM again, except when they go to court. I will give it to them because they could have equally do the same thing. Because honestly, I was thinking they're going to arrest the guy, but he did not. So it's all about, I want to use my power. I want to use my power. That is all the thing. That's the only thing playing on in that courtroom. If not, this is a bailable offense. He did not kill somebody. Why would? Sorry, Omoy. I'm sorry. He did not buy anybody. Okay? Why would you put this man on handcuff and treat him like a criminal? Eh? Is that right? If you treat him like that, how are you going to treat a real criminal? The real criminals are the people in charge of Nigerian government. Eh? Why you are holding this man hostage? They are busy sharing money. 2024 is gone. We are not even going to talk about it. Now they're talking about 2025 budget. And you ask yourself, the 2024 budget, what did they do with it? Even with all the padding Ndume talked about. Your senators, the people that said they will use how much to dig a borehole for you guys? 1 billion and 2 billion to dig a borehole. How many did they dig? How many? And nobody's saying anything because they know we cannot do anything. But the only time people will know how powerful the masses are is only if they unite together. But we are not united together. Everybody's talking about their tribe. Some people will be on social media. Oh, this is Yoruba versus Yoruba. Let them deal with it. Tomorrow it might be you. The next day it might be me. And we are son of nobody and daughter of nobody. Come on, people. I won't be surprised if Dele stays there for spend his Christmas and New Year there. I will not be surprised. So, I mean, it's all about ego. I'm going to show him who I am. And nobody has ever said anything. Just somebody put a statement. I think, was it somebody said something. Nobody from the north has said anything. What do you want them to say? They are the part of the problem. What do you want them to say? In a country where Deborah was spy, nobody said anything, including your president, then Buhari. Even Atiku that released statement at that time, retracted the statement immediately. Nobody said anything. Somebody buy, they didn't speak up. It's when somebody did not buy, you expect them to say something. Come on now. What do you want them to tell you? If they open their mouth, of course, they're going to support the man. If you want to know how powerful we are, only if we unite together, trust me. We don't need to reach out to 200,000 or 100,000. 50,000 people can change the course of this country, the course of this nation called Nigeria. You don't need to be millions to match. 1 week, shut everywhere down. From the airport down to the country, everywhere shut down. Hey, look at the common protest. They said the one they said the initial time. Everybody ran away. I saw waiting be his name, the former governor of Abia State. He was in America, was talking to us from America. Everybody left the country. It was only Wike that I can vow that, Wike came out and was talking to people. And you people did not do anything. Everybody relaxed. Everybody chilled. My friend just came back from Nigeria. Say, Ify, everything is tau. Everything is tau. There is nothing. If you go to ShopRite, anything you touch, tau. And she kept asking herself, how do people survive? I said they will survive because they are used to that suffering. They've been surviving. They will continue to survive. Once the prices adjust, they will adjust. We are used to it. So it's no time has passed when somebody will tell me, hey, this person is suffering. We've been suffering before now. Did anything change? For 60-something years, we've been suffering. Why are you people making it look as if this is the first time we are suffering? We've been suffering for 60-something years. And it's going to get worse. In a country where you'll appreciate other people's currency. I said it here on Almost Channel. Can you come to America here and be spraying Naira or Naira will take over America? It's not possible. And that's why I love the Chinese government. Whether you like it or not, because they are communists, I don't care. And that's why I like the other guy. What's his name? That's his money. That is what he wants. In Nigeria now, Naira is nothing. It's everybody spraying dollar. Why will your money not depreciate? Of course, your currency will depreciate. Somebody posted on social media yesterday, oh my God, I went and changed all my money to dollars. Now the dollar has fallen. I wrote to her, I said, what is your business with dollar and Naira? What is the dollar doing in Nigeria? What is your business with that? It's just because of what our government, what they have put in our head. Yeah, my friends say if you are coming through Murtala Mohammed, if you give them Naira, no, they $1. Hey, wala. And to give us dollar, I say seriously. Seriously. If you go to airports here, you just under 10 minutes. The longest line you go through is going through TSA. That is the longest line you will go through in America, depending on the airport. Something like Atlanta airports, what is it called? F. Kennedy, all these big airports, yes. But other airports, boom, you just go. TSA, nobody's going to ask you pay for cards. Nobody ask you, give me money for this. No. You check your luggages and you keep going. In our country, we pay for cards. I think the last time I paid, I think it was 1,500. I don't know how much it is now. Maybe it has gotten up, maybe 5,000. Who knows? They found, is it managing director of FAN, the woman, I think he was addressing the people, the leadership. And she was telling them that she heard that they're collecting the money and, bringing it to you guys. That this need to stop. This need to stop. What kind of country is that? You don't even hide it. Anti-anything for us. Every department, there is nothing you can do in Nigeria and do it freely. You must pay through your nose to get that stuff. If you want to go get BVN, you will pay. NIN, you will pay. Not only will you pay, you will bribe. Payment is different. You pay bribe to get anything you want to. If you don't bribe, you will not get it. You go to bank, the same thing. They will want to frustrate you. See people behaving like animals. You stand on the line. My brother will tell you, keep standing there. Nobody will attend to you. I say, so you want all of us to go there, 10 people talking to one person at the same time, or 20 people talking to, hey, madam, do this. Hey, madam, sign. Hey, madam, I be. Hey. Animals. Animals. Everybody acting like the next person. There is no difference. When I talk to my brother, say, my sister lived that matter. That is how we live in this country. My sister lives there. She still says, I said, does that make it right? Is it because you people are doing, does it make it right? I thought you people want to fix this country. It starts from you. If you queue up, the line will go faster than 20 people talking to one person. You only have 2 ears. And you can only listen with those 2 ears, one person at a time. So why can't you queue? I don't know if I told you, when I came to this country newly, you know how you want to enter elevator, you'll be struggling to run in, first. The first time I did it, nobody ever told me not to do that again. First time in Texas. See people walking in majestically. I say, yeah, sure. It's only us here talking. The people in Nigeria, they are used to suffering. Sometimes I feel like, enjoy your suffering in peace and leave us alone. Now, this tax refund, they've been going back and forth. They were talking about, so we here that are in diaspora, if you send money, they will charge you 10%. So that's literally paying your tithe to the government. You pay tithe to the government, you pay tithe to church, for those that are paying tithes to church.
Can you imagine? So you send money to somebody because you want to help them, they will charge you
10%.
By sending the money 10%.
Yeah.
Is that not madness?
So
and we are quiet.
I said I don't have no problem with that, but I will not send, period.
That's it.
We will start going to our old school. I will not send. This thing they are still arguing.
My sister, that one a madness. Extension of tithes.
And that's what I'm saying now.
To those of us abroad, say that we go suffer.
We go suffer. The Ferreira will not pay. It's not possible.
We go, my brother and sisters.
I will not pay, my brother. So you pay 20%, you pay to the government. See, had it been, I don't have no problem paying taxes. But the problem is that, what are they doing with the money? Nothing, literally. Somebody will be somewhere collecting that money. All the money that we have borrowed, we keep borrowing. Since this government came in power, it's every 2 weeks or every month they are borrowing money. And tell me what they have done with the money they have borrowed. Show us the infrastructure. People will come and tell me, hey, Wike is doing well. Doing what in Abuja? What is he doing? Fixing roads. Is that we need to clap for him? At this era, after 60-something years, we are still clapping for our leaders for fixing potholes. And somebody will tell you he's doing a good job. What is he doing? Huh? What is he doing? Let him account for us what he did with the money.
Exactly.
Nobody's accountable. Steal your own, make I steal my own. Shop, make I shop.
Exactly.
That's all it is. Shop your own, make I shop my own. Tinubu's son-in-law is something about Federal Ministry of Housing. He awarded him billions of money. We're not even talking about nepotism. He's still appointing people. Today, he appointed somebody for Accountant General of Federation. Going to 2 years, you are still making appointments. Nobody's talking about cutting costs. And everybody's chilling. It is my turn. It is my turn. I don't know when it's going to get to my turn. Maybe by the time it gets to my turn, I will be dead. I will die. If ever it will get to our turn. If ever it will get our turn. When will it be your turn? Our president went to France, signed a contract. We don't know what is in that paper.
Nothing.
We don't even know
whether we still have a country, we don't know. Everybody they laugh. They did state welcome for him. Nobody's gathered. State welcome for another. How you don't take Syria or Igbo people gather do state welcome for any African leader if they're not doing something.
Mali doesn't want them. Senegal doesn't want them. All those countries that they colonized, they don't want them anymore. We welcome them to our country. I like what Baba Ahmed said. I love that man. He made it clear that they will never come to North. He made it clear that they don't want to see them, the French people in the northern part.
Yeah. Absolutely. If it's you, Uncle, if it's you, will you want them to come to your side?
Somebody monopolizing the whole country and nobody's saying anything.
Exactly.
Everybody.
Nothing.
Whatever he says, he gets. Whatever. The only thing I see that he hasn't gotten is just this tax thing. But he will get it. It's a question of time. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
He will get it. It's a question of time.
He will. He will.
Once he calls Ababia and tell Ababia, I need this law to be passed, hurry up immediately. That will happen.
With immediate effect and alacrity.
Immediate effect. He will not say no. He said, my Lord, consider it done. And nothing will happen.
I'm telling you.
Yeah? The Northerners are there. Only Ndume is speaking. Nobody in the East is saying anything. Nobody from the South is saying anything.
This is part of the we are not one that we are talking about. The North is speaking one language, the rest, the South and the East and the West, they are all saying, well, we are not ready. See, when we just tell each other the truth. Since we are not ready to do what is needed, let Baba carry go. When he finished, he should give to his wife. Because Nigerians their necks have to be pressed. It's sad. Since you want to wake up, you want fold hand, you serve papa, Pikin won't enter, you go serve Pikin. When Pikin they come out, you go leave out to in grand Pikin. Then when the Baba come out, wife go enter. Hey!
Yeah. This, if you sit down and think back, this Tinubu being the president, he had it well calculated. Remember that his wife resigned from being a senator. Why did she resign? Because she knew that this is in plan for them.
Of course,
She
guess
resigned.
what? They
Wait,
observed the Nigerian political landscape.
you
They
know,
saw that greed,
yeah.
gluttony, that they are
What
hungry
can you
for.
do with all
They
this
like that
money?
blink, blink. That he gave them what they wanted. So he bought all of them. He used money
Exactly.
close all their mouths because of he bought into their greed and their
Yeah.
gluttony. That's what he bought. So none of them can come out and
Nobody.
talk because Tinubu has debt on all of them
Yeah.
by
He
them.
won an election when he wasn't president. Now that he's the president, you think he will
Oh, yeah. They will
Yes?
just, I said they don't really write the number.
No, but who is even talking about 2027? What is that? Joe, listen, even if he buy before then, guess what's gonna happen? Shetima will take over and Shetima will do 8 years. So, and guess what? Nothing will happen. Oga don't introduce to
You
them
show
what
Shetima, the wife, a rat, and Shetima go dig am out. You see
the real
rat
corruption.
they go dig am out. Yeah?
Huh?
You go see fight at the highest level. Una never know wetin dey happen. Una never know wetin na enter. Until everybody put leg for the same trouser, say, okay, you know wetin? Let's get the otherwise all this one we dey do so, all na just noise. That man has already planned the next 10 years of his life in Nigeria. Go make una dry. By the time you finish, you go sell the remaining to France. France is not known for anything good. France will come. By that time, una don dey battered, beaten down.
Dig
Una no fit
your
cut.
gold, your lithium, your oil. So you're telling me out of 200 and something million people, we don't have educated people? It's only the people from French people will come and teach us.
Yeah.
How does that thing even sound? But when we go to other countries, we thrive. In fact, I bet you some of the people that will come from France that are Nigerians self.
They'll be Nigerians. They'll come and work for their masters. Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Voulez-vous, vous, yes.
Wow.
That's what's gonna happen. So until we get our acts together, everybody needs to. It's not just talk. What are you doing behind the scenes? It's not in talking is not enough. You have to get together on a Saturday. One are supposed to drink beer, gather around, be discussing. What do we do? Be writing down. What else can we do? Ferreira mentioned the media. What can we do? Let's start somewhere. Even if not for my living room, we could start the media somewhere. Put banner. Now with social media, you can do so many things with it. You can just create whatever within the social media space, and the media don't start with that. Be doling out the news every day. All these things you don't need too much. You have phone in your hand. Media house don't start with that. We need to know what we're doing. Everybody needs to get into action. Enough of the docility, enough of the quietness. We don't talk. Maths, they pay me. Case math, not they pay you now. Maths, they pay me. So I know they get ready to talk sometimes. May not be like say, person just photo and make things just the apple, they fly. At least this one we they do so we desensitize people. But action needs to be going on behind the scenes. It really needs to. Yesterday, Mr. Ferreira rolled out 8 points. Out of that 8 points, the number one for inside there, I tell him, we talk yesterday as we did live. This media thing now, another person, if you pick that one up, so okay, let me just do this, put this thing in place. All you need is a phone. Everything don't start. We need to organize. As you're doing that, people who believe in whatever it is that you want to achieve, we will not be you'll be connecting with them. You will know as the connection just happen. You just be seeing people. You find out that people are also doing the same thing that you're trying to do. Your numbers will be increasing. That's what needs to happen, no? Because otherwise, the likes of Afe Babalola, he won't be the last. He will not. There are many of them like Afe Babalola in Nigeria. They are
It's
just
all of them, not many of them.
Exactly. They are waiting by the wayside, by the bush, waiting to see what will happen with this Dele Farotimi. I'm telling you, this one now don't hook them for neck. That they wait, that they say, okay, you know what, why don't you put this on him? Why don't you May they not go on alive the man. I mean, they pray because Nigerians, this docility is unbearable. Man, we're not supposed to spend one night for jail. Una go shake down the place. Say which law? Law when not they work for common man. Now I want to lock person up. Everybody just mute. Somebody was asking, the North is not saying anything. Did the South and the West say anything about the tax bill? You people don't know the kind of divisions that you people are creating in that country. By the way, you say the North, there are a lot of northern people that have spoken. You just haven't seen them. You haven't come across their videos. They have said something about Dele Farotimi. Because no, there's nobody that does not know this man. He speaks for everybody. Be you from the North, West, South, East. He's speaking for everybody. Action is the only way. That's the only way. Translate our words into action. But the problem is, guess what? If we keep saying the problem is unity, that problem will remain. We have all of us here now, we're all from different places, but we're Nigerian. The only thing that unifies us is the fact that we're Nigerian. But here we are talking about the same issues. That means it's affecting us one way or the other. We all come from different parts of Nigeria. This is how words translate into action. So we need to stop saying only this disunity. We need to stop giving power to the disunity itself. I think that's another problem that we have. We keep calling it its name. No, instead, we should be galvanizing and doing. Because once you start to work, nobody is looking at you and say, oh, this one is from here, this one is not from here. No, because everybody is working towards a purpose. That's what I see here. So we should stop giving words power. We should make it powerless. Don't put words, don't put it out there. Don't even define it. Just, you know what, let's do something. You're gonna have, if you have disagreement, you resolve with your adults. You keep moving because you have a focus. Because Nigeria does not have a focus, that's why everywhere is scattered. Everywhere is crazy. It's like a loony house. We need to be moving. However small, however slow, we gotta start doing something and putting things on the ground that will metamorphose into something. There are people that are doing exactly what we're talking about, but they just don't have the numbers yet. If we start our own, people that are already doing will jam those that are already doing, the numbers will be increasing. That's how we gotta do it. That is how we gotta do it. So you have to make up your mind. What role can I play here? Enough of the talky Nigerian oratory. Now we talk pass. You have to decide which part I want to play. Do I want to be a part of it? There are people behind the scenes that are doing something, you know. If you want to be a part of the group, you believe in one Nigeria, send me an email, contact me, and then I put you in touch with people that are behind the scenes that are doing something so that people can move. We gotta move. It's sad that Dele Farotimi is in prison there and nothing is happening. They don't surround the place, surround the where he did with security. Come on, the man a thief. He thief person money. He on a live person. And we fold hand. They look. All of us, we let people just they wait for the turn when it go happen to them. It's crazy. If they fit treat Dele Farotimi like this, I shudder to think what an ordinary man goes through when the cameras are not on them. Look at how they put handcuff on that man. What did he do? What has he done? And nobody's saying anything. No, everywhere does quiet. Nowhere don't scatter. By now, everywhere is supposed to be in disarray. They go say, and now one man when they arrest, so they make a move. See what happened with what they call that girl when they're on her life for not. They called Deborah. See what they do. What they do? They overwhelm the police station. That's an evil thing they want to do.
Yes.
You want to be good people. One they go church morning, night, and day. Bible study, not they miss them. Una sit down. There's evil being done in your name, whether you like it or not. As long as you're a Nigerian, all these crimes that they are doing, they are committing it in your name, in case you don't know. And you're folding your hand and you're watching them actually commit it in your name. That's what it represents. Deborah that they wanted to carry that evil act on, they overwhelmed the police station. The people they arrested, they could not arrest them. Today, Mr. Ton, welcome. Oh.
Yeah, hello. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, I can't come. I woke up in the middle because I've been down with a very bad cold.
Oh, sorry to hear that too.
Yeah. You know what? I've just been thinking about all this, and the crux of the matter is, they say cowards die many times before their death, and
Now just they use D word, they use D word, they use
before
D
they are
word.
before they
Monasha
are
drop super chats, no problem.
before they are
Because
honorized,
last
yeah.
live yesterday, they don't come out, they demonetize, and so you just did there, they sit down pretty. Go ahead, sir.
So yeah. So that is just that. Until we are ready to say, okay, I leave, I buy, we cannot move forward. That's just the thing. When we come to that place, I will say, okay, no matter what happens to me, I don't care if the powers that be, whether I am a traditional ruler, whether I'm a pastor, or say, okay, this Sunday I'm not even going to preach. Me and my congregants are going to hit the streets and say enough. I mean, imagine one of the so-called GOs will say, okay, all my churches, that's the directive. We're hitting outside. We'll go to our various governors' office or residence and say, listen, all this rubbish must stop. Well, guess what? They will not do it because they are very comfortable in their comfort, so to say. They want to shake the hands of the governor. They want to be in the governor's good book. They want to be recognized. They are not. They see themselves as celebrities. They don't care. But when it comes to you paying your tithes or giving your offering, they talk to you very, very. You've got to do it, or else. Even one of them saying that you can go to heaven. See, everything about religion, they bastardized it. People don't even read their Bible. They don't even know what their Bible say. And that is why when these people come and lie to you, you swallow it wholly, without knowing the real truth. And that's a problem we've got in Nigeria. For Dele Farotimi, I would say fortunately, not unfortunately, I would say fortunately, it's going to be okay last. But we've got the unity, it's got to be there. Earlier today, I think Omoye played that video about Donu Kubara criticizing Peter Obi. And I think some channels played that video, and people were abusing her, calling her names, saying that she's an agent. I just laugh when I go here. See, Peter Obi, in my own opinion, with all respect, I still respect the man, but I'm telling you, I will tell everybody, and that's what I'm doing. Manage your expectation. The man is not going to do any jack. His approach will not get, even if by hook or crook he wins the election, his approach will not change things. Give me dirty any day. That man is fearless. Is a man that will speak the truth. Even if he has to be jailed, he will say it. That man is fearless. Alfe Babalola does not deserve any respect that Obi accorded him by going to him and having that whatever conversation they had together. He does not deserve that respect. As a matter of fact, that meeting, what has he achieved? If he was a reasonable person, he will say, okay, at least Peter Obi had come, we've spoken, okay. Out of humanity, I'll pull it out of the court. Ask the police to let Dele Farotimi to go in the meantime. But it just shows you that he's defiant. He doesn't want to back up. In fact, I think I read somewhere today that he's trying to stop the proceeds from the book from getting to him, even though the proceeds is not going to go into his pocket. He said he's going to go to charity. Yeah, it goes to show you that this man is innately evil. Innately evil. He doesn't care. There's no shred of humanity in him. And everything that was said in that book is true. You see all sort of lawyers, all sort of demonic lawyers coming to support him. That the guy that said he was that it was his own opinion, that Odina Kalu has his own opinion, blah blah. That is what Nigeria has become. That is just what Nigeria has become. Until we're ready to hit the street, so like if he said, we don't even need millions, 50,000, 100,000, which we can easily mobilize 100,000 people, even 200,000 people. They will sit up. Guess what? Nobody's doing that. Why? Because when you want to do that, they will say, you go die, you, as if death is the end of everything. As a matter of fact, for life to spring up, there has to be death. There has to be pie. Somebody has to pie before there'll be life. That's how our nature has done it, you know. So children that came for the protest, they slapped slap charges that they want to overthrow the government. So you begin to think, are we dealing with human beings or we're dealing with animals, with demons? These people are not human. There's no shred of humanity in them at all. Why should we respect them? And one word for Mole Shore, if he listens to this, listen, my man, stop attacking other people. Do your bit, because by attacking other people that you're doing their bit, you're just losing respect for yourself. I respect your stand and all that. Even if Obi had to go to this thing to Alfema Balala, and you think you don't have a proof that he went to beg, you don't put it out there, you don't phrase it. He is, at least he's doing his bit. What have you done? Even if you had to go out and only yourself, Mr. Shore, and carry a banner for Dele, I'm sure a lot of people will join you. But you didn't do that. You came to the social media to just another opportunity to have a shot at the people that went to Ekiti. They can't go very far. So Nigerians, you've got nothing to lose, because they've taken everything from you, these people. They've taken your life, they've taken your dignity. And is it not better for you to stand up, and if you have to be unalived, fine. Than living how you're living. You're existing. You're just not even living. There's no lights. There's no water. There's no roads. There's no security. There's no food. Is that living? No. Yet all these people that you're defending are they've got all their life all sorted out. Their children are abroad, schooling abroad. They've got mansions all over the place from the money that belongs to you and I. And you're defending them because they are from your village. See, listen, it's no longer about Labour Party. It's no longer about obedience, because all those things, for me, it doesn't make any sense to me. Labour Party is a messed up party. Abure is there, the traitor, still not flinching, saying that he's the chairman. What kind of party is that? When the chairman is the real traitor of that party. The movement is not working anymore. I'm sorry. The people that jumped on the bandwagon of Obi and won, people voted them based on Obi. Now they've shown their true picture by not speaking, and some of them has been reported to have crossed over to the APC. The truth is, 2027, except some miracle will happen, APC have got this in the bag. They're going to be there. Whether it's going to be Tinubu, whether it's going to be Shetima, they've got this in the bag. The only way we can stop these people is by being in one voice, not looking at whether you come from north or south or east or southeast or south, whether you're Muslim or a pagan. We need to speak and act together and be fearless to hit the streets. When we hit the street and sit down for 3 days, 4 days, they will all start to take notice. We've done it before. NSAS, we did it. The only thing is that the criminal elements that took over and all that, then obviously the army that came and started shooting, people were dead. But then those people that died, they didn't die for nothing. But imagine if NSAS were to be held in, say, 3 parts of of Lagos, the different parts of the city, do you think these people will not listen? They will listen. So, yeah, there's nothing much to say.
Okay, let me thank you very much, Mr. Tom. Sorry, round up your thoughts. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done, really. Thank you.
Okay. So just, Mukuna here, Afe Babalola obtains court order to ban Farotimi's bestseller, seize royalties. Okay?
I told you.
The Federal High Court in Abuja has issued an order halting the production and distribution of Nigeria and its criminal justice system. The book, which has stirred heated debates over its damning allegations. This is from Leadership newspaper, I think. That's what it is. The book, which has stirred heated debates over its damning allegations of judicial manipulation, was recently ranked as a global bestseller in the politics category on Amazon. The order sought by legal luminary Afe Babalola demanded the cessation of sales and distribution of both physical and digital copies of the book. It also included a directive for the seizure of royalties generated from its sales. God, thunder will fire these people.
It's not even possible because they said at some point
will get to Amazon.
Yeah, they said they will go to Amazon, but it's not possible.
They're not going to their jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction not reach America.
Yeah,
I'm very happy. They
they
cannot get
can
to
do that.
Amazon. They
Yeah.
can do that one in Nigeria. They cannot do it anyway. They go all the country all over the world.
Even
They'll
in
go
Nigeria, how
Japan.
can they get the money? It's not even possible.
It's
just
not
what
possible.
threats.
if Omwe and Ife, what they're going to do right now is they will come out with some funny laws. If they find a book in your possession is a criminal offense, you'll be arrested.
Oh, please. They can't even do that.
No.
Oh, please.
No. What?
They can't
Just
do that.
watch. Just watch. If that book is found in your possession, it's going to be.
They can't do that. I swear, they can't do that. In order to pass a law, you have to pass in the whole of this Nigeria, right?
They can't do that. They can't do that. They arrested kids and charging them for.
I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
But the only thing, they're just trying to put fear. Where would you even start to take the book away from people? Where would you start? People are making photocopies in Nigeria. Eh? They don't have the liver. It's just threatening the royalties.
No, the only thing is just the soft copies. I mean, can they start looking at my computer or my phone, what I've saved there? So, listen, it's even going to even shoot this book further up because people this is going to even get people curious that listen, what's in the inside this book self? Yeah, make I go look this book. Yeah, so it tells you these people, we're not dealing with human beings, we are dealing with demons. They're not human. There's no shred of humanity at all within them.
It's not.
Mr. Tone, take care of your cold, though. Your coughing and all. Misty says, get well soon. Lemon, ginger, honey tea will help. So
orange juice.
Yeah, orange juice actually too.
Yeah, that's what I've been on all day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And get enough rest.
Exactly.
You don't even need to be here. Go and get some sleep. Bye, Tone.
Naija matter wake me up around 3:30. I can't
imagine.
My brother, this matter, you go long go.
You go long.
You go long.
Honestly, it go long. True, but we can't relent. The truth is we can't relent. We really need to start moving. We need to start making moves behind the scenes, like we said.
That's the thing.
We really need, even if not just sweep ground. At least let's know we are sweeping. If this media thing that Ferreira talked about, I think we really need to take it seriously and start. To be honest, we really need to, even if it's in somebody's living room, 2 people with phone now, you can do anything. You can do background, you can form background. You just sit down in your dining room table or somewhere there, give the news. Go ahead.
I wanted to say, you all start talking to people you know in your California, London, Spain, anywhere you are, or even when you travel to places like China, Japan, there are cheap technology, radio technological things. Even if you start a radio station in California, there in the small space within the confines law, then you can provide all these YouTube censorship of words. You won't have that problem. And then just like, the Breakfast Club. I don't know if you watch the Breakfast Club.
Charlamagne the God.
Charlamagne and all the rest. Something transmitting in your own little niche. And then that transmission can now be broadcast on YouTube with certain guidelines.
There's podcast option on YouTube. There's also podcasts. So what we can do is we can create there's a podcast. What's it? Is it on Spotify or something? You can create. It's free. We can do that. It's not something that you need to even talk to anybody. You can just start a radio.
Yeah, because the last time I Googled, in California alone, I think maybe I'm wrong, they have close to 20,000 to 30,000 radio stations. One of those radio stations might want to sell at a cheap rate or something. One just start something that is solidly strong.
But Alaba, how to get people together? See, with this Dele issue is a window of opportunity.
Yes.
If 100 people to 200 people gather outside the Nigerian embassy in Chicago or New York, London here, I'm going to speak to Maigo. I'm going to speak to Maigo tomorrow. I'll send him a message. We can organize something.
I agree. I'm even thinking long term. You know, we have. You see, it was look. There was. You know where what got me thinking? There was this old movie I watched. There was this wrestler in which he had these dark glasses on. When he had the dark glasses, that's when he could see these aliens. And those aliens, they were able to block people's transmission. They have transmitters. So until they were able to knock down those transmitters, long story. But bottom line, I agree with what you're saying. These are short-term goals, march, demonstrate on this daily issue. But to really change the country, we have to think outside the box. We have to, first of all, block the communication coming in from that country and have our own transmission that we will slowly and gradually start to send into that country, just like the
how do we? So here's the thing. So let's say we start a podcast now, for instance. How we have, so I mean, distribution, once you have podcasts, distribution is easy, because what happens is you can now start, it's like this now, you got to start subscribing. People will have to subscribe, people will be sharing to people on the ground, right? Tune into the podcast. But the people back home have a challenge of data. Okay, remember. And some people they need light to charge their phone. Not everybody has solar energy in Nigeria, solar panel, only very few people. So I mean, that even can be overcome, because once we have like a podcast, right, where and then we now have to look for a local station in Nigeria that has the cojones, so that we can partner with and say, okay, we are airing this. If you can play it at a time that is convenient for you or something.
Not just that, those who are of influence in our community that can get a license in Nigeria, and that will, because the problem with what you just said about partnership is that as it currently stands, 90% to 95% of media houses in Nigeria are controlled by the status quo establishment. What you're trying to do is to go above or beside them. You're not going to go through them. Because the moment you're trying to partnership and they saw your message, it was going to be way too radical for them and scary for them. They want to block you out right away, because you're trying to, they know what your message is. They don't want the people to hear that kind of message. So you just have to go through some extraterrestrial method. I'm sorry, my language. You understand? And first, who are the people of influence that are in the progressive movement, if there is one? Can they use their influence, get the license on the side, or start using it? Then what are the media houses we can establish from here that will be as strong as Al Jazeera or CNN? Maybe not as strong. That is at least, so when Nigeria, we now get that transmission network you are talking about, it will be, well, the source of information is coming from abroad. They can't do anything about it. We just distribute it.
Yeah, but we're thinking far right now. So what I would suggest is we can start now. It doesn't have to be all pretty, right? It doesn't have to, we can start, like I said, it can start in a living room. With the phone, you can have banners behind. You can do so many things where you're projecting, right? People are seeing the banner behind you. Free people, freedom people, whatever it is called, right? And you are broadcasting the news that's coming out of Nigeria. You understand? So somebody can decide to take on that, because I'm already doing something, right? I'm already here broadcasting. So somebody else can decide, okay, let them do this on their own. And then we will just find ways to support, right? Either by way of subscription or, and then we can advertise it here, for instance, like, oh, there's this channel where they talk only Nigerian news, blah, blah, blah. Guys, please, subscribe so that we can be up to date with what's going on in Nigeria. Real news from the ground. You understand? That's what this platform will now be for, to help push that whole media thing. And then, anybody who has, who goes to other platforms, you can suggest, oh, please help us push this radio station that we are, or this podcast that we are doing. That's it. You understand? So I think that That's something we can start right away, and then over time we'll start to perfect it to get to the point where we are now like Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera did not start in one day; they built it slowly, right? So it's
I
the
agree.
same. So we just have, just like there's this African, what's it called though?
The one that was banned on Twitter.
No, not African Stream. There's another one, Diaspora News. I think that's what it's called. It talks about all things, African news, everything African news. That's what it talks about, right? When they started, it was just one guy who would just come. He would just say, "This is what happened today. Can you imagine this? This is what's going on." As I speak to you now, their level don't change. They get banner, everything is becoming more and more official. It's like this man, what's his name? This American news broadcaster. He's a Democrat. Hey, what's his name? The man is all
something Lemon. No,
not Don Lemon. No, he's on his own. He has been on his own for a long time. He was in CNN for a little bit, and then he just branched out on his own. And he has been talking every day, 24/7. This guy is on this thing talking. I can't remember this guy's name for the life of me. Oh my, Roland. Thank you, Misty Roland. That's his name, Roland Martins, right? His network now is so big. How did he start? From nothing. That guy started literally from nothing. Then he started having people on the studio. Before you know what's happening, he started having segments. Before you know what's happening, it was through him that I discovered Dr. Arikana. Because they brought Dr. Arikana to interview Dr. Arikana about what France is doing to Africa and all of that when she was secretary of the, I think, OAU or something like that, right? So we can start like that. We don't have to, it can start now, basically, what I'm saying, literally. Just two people, what's the news for today? You collect it from wherever you get, you write it all down. If you're talking to your people, they give you additional news. You say the news coming from Nigeria today, this is what's happening, it's not going to be perfect, but over time we'll start working, tweaking it until it gets better, right? And then people will now be, getting more and more professional with presenting the news. Before you know what's happening, Nigerians will buy into it. A lot of Nigerians will be subscribing and want to tune in because they're going to be getting fresh, direct news from there. You understand? So that's how I think we can start.
Somebody said the Asians have something in Florida. That'd be nice to look into that and see. I'm just reading the comment section.
Right. I don't know what Nnamdi cannot do the same thing. I can't remember. Is it the Biafra radio that he created when he was pushing his own thing?
No, I didn't know much about that.
I don't know much about that too.
I just know that they were able to mobilize. I think somebody said they gave them transistor radio in the East. I don't know. Let me not say things I don't know.
Right. Okay. Chidi Wanya went to Amnesty International in Toronto over Dele and Kanu. Okay. Was that today, Kene? I didn't know this. Was that today?
I think that was today. I think I saw a clip of that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Roland Martin is doing something like that. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I just said now. Like we can start. It can be anybody. Just not to read news, pass. You understand?
Because we can't keep echoing what is coming from Nigeria. We have to be countering what is coming from Nigeria.
Exactly. Do you understand? So that's what we need to be doing, right? Even if it's just one person doing it, for me, I can spend the time and do it. I can do in between time. I can say, okay, let me read the news. Let me counter the news that's coming from Nigeria. So that means that we have to have people that are writing the countering. That's what it does, so that you can just give it to the person, or the person also already has an idea of what to counter, but it has to be written down so that the person will see it, right? And be countering. Okay, this was the news, but in actual fact, this is what happened, right?
Yes.
Victory all the way. You say Mayegun has been doing this. Okay. See, Mayegun is someone, I don't know if Mayegun is willing to partner. We are thinking about an all-inclusive kind of network.
Look, what will happen is that once it starts and it has mainstream, all these other progressive stations, you'll be sharing each other's
news. We can be sharing Mayegun.
There will be a time where, just to run the 24 hours.
Right, 24-hour thing,
As long as it's of progressive minded and it's best intention for Nigeria.
Exactly. We can share anything that is not something that is negative, not something that is going to be a lie, but
not a lie, but
not
to
a lie.
counter whatever story that are coming from
That has
Nigeria.
been, yes,
Because that Nigerian story is the sedation I'm talking about. And
yeah.
that's what we need to block. You have to
Right.
block that sedation drug, that sedative of sending people to sleep. From the messages of the more tithes you pay, the better your life will be. All those kind of things has to be stopped.
Yes.
They are poison
Yes.
to the ears of the people, poisons to the will of Nigerians. And until those things are stopped, we're not going anywhere.
Exactly. So this is something we can start. We don't even have to wait. It doesn't have to be fantastic, because starting anything is usually the most difficult part. But once you start it and you can be consistent. Do you understand? Because it's all about consistency.
Keep the momentum going. I'm sorry, I keep in and out. I'm busy.
No. Yeah, no, that's fine. You know, we can rotate it for now. I don't mind. I'll volunteer my time, even if it's like for 30 minutes or so. You too, you have to volunteer, Mr. Ferreira. All the people that want to be, even Mr. Tone, or yourself, you can't talk. You say, this is the news coming out, but this is what really is happening. You take your own, you go. One Love, go come. Talk you go.
Before you know it, if it becomes big, you start paying people. Say, you don't need a camera. All you need is your cell phone. Get us a clip of what's happening. We will pay you $50. We will pay you. Before you know it, they're getting direct news different from the one Arise or Channel is giving them.
Exactly.
Okay, Omoye, I've got another idea. Right. Since all of us have different time zones, so the time zone that would be when you're sleeping and Ferrari is the people in America and Canada. So us in the UK and Europe, we will have 2 or 3 people that will cover a different segments, and we may even provide a WhatsApp number, 2 WhatsApp number that people can actually come ring in and make commentary, and anybody that has a real-time news, we tell people, listen, if you can capture and we can verify, we can capture things from your phone and all that, you, like Ferreira did say, it's not a lot of money, but it could be something tangible in Nigeria for now. You get yourself $30, $40, $50. This is something that we have to work on, and that's how we'll then start doing it and all that. You have people calling, make comments, verify, but if you can capture something really on your phone that has happened and all that, so encouraging people that listen, with that your iPhone 15 is not just going to go and do some vain things. It's not about skits, because do you know how much time that people spend capturing skits that don't even pay that much and all that. But with your phone, you can make $50, you can make $100 if it's very good and comprehensive. So
it will be called citizen reporters.
Yes. So we'll have people. So that means that we'll have people on the ground. Whatever is happening, we'll tell them, you have any news for us, we pay you a certain amount, let's say $20, right? That's a way to actually provide jobs for people back home. So if you have news, eyewitness news, what's going on in your locality, send it to this particular location here. You get paid so and so amount, and then at $20 or $30, depending, or $50, right? You will see how it's encouraged, and we will have fresh news from the ground every single day. And I like what you said, Mr. Tone, the time zones. That's actually important. So while you guys are doing your own rotation, while we are waking up, we'll take over from you guys, do our rotation. Since we're trying to make it 24 hours, right? 7 days a week. So we have to be rotating. So there'll be a lot of different faces at every point in time. Okay, where people will be giving out information, countering what's being given in the news, and then we will now be broadcasting it. Like here, if I'm here, for instance, I will advertise for that particular news channel, saying, okay, we have a citizen-driven news station that's coming up. Please, guys, support, and that's it, and then we get, eventually, Mayegun will get to know about it. Dr. Damages, based on what real information we can get, other platforms that are doing the real work that we can reach out to, that are approachable. We tell them, okay, please help us push this out there. Eventually, people will buy into it. And guess what? This is how CNN will start for Nigeria. It will now be our own CNN, Al Jazeera. It will be our own BBC. Do you understand? So I think this is something that we can do. There's no delay in this one. There's no delay at all. What we need to do, start with what we have for now. Okay? And then when you have people back home, you talk to your people back home. What's going on here? Okay, do you have anything on video? Can you really what's it called? Can you provide evidence, or do you have facts to back that up? Okay, send it to this place, share the link to this particular. We have to create an email, preferably a Gmail account where people can send information to. Okay, it will be specifically for that citizen-driven reporting, right? So that's where we are going. Everybody will have. Everybody that's involved will have access, password, and everything to that particular email account to get the news for the day downloaded, so that they can counter whatever information is being provided. Guys, this is what we can start now.
Yeah, because he who controls information controls the mind.
Exactly. So let's say you are in for where you are now, Mr. Ferreira. It doesn't have to be formal. You can just sit in your car. You say today, this is what happened. Put camera in front of you. Counter. Bam. It's my turn. I do my video wherever I find myself under mango tree. I position this thing. I talk and bam. Mr. Tone. Okay. Something's happening, you counter your own, bam, like that. So we're going to that mailbox to check for information every time so that we can give, right? So it has to be 24/7 information. Do you understand? 24/7. And then we start to share it with the people in Nigeria.
Yeah.
We now share it with other people. Who will not share it with other people? It will not keep going. You understand? If you have people in your village, you are sharing to your people in your village that you know. Those ones you tell them.
Little by little, they start videoing small fight.
Exactly.
Maybe don't go to the big inspector. Start with the small ones.
Small ones.
You know, this person did this wrong. We have it on tape. We put them out there. You blind out. Little by little, the country go to change small.
Exactly. Exactly.
You have hidden cameras on your glasses, on your disc. You go through airport. Person will collect money from you. You film them where you film in name. You blast them out.
Exactly.
Small. No get choice. They must comment.
Exactly. Do you understand? And then maybe they drive, police stop you, you collect money, you record them. You don't need to know. You record them, you send them. We talk, I will say, this police, so you do like this, you do like this,
you do like this. Find out in this street, find out in after 1 month, you go back. Why nothing no happen? Waiting they do to
exactly.
You see, as long as things remain in the dark, we can't change.
We can't change. No, you're right. Yeah, we're right. So this is what we need to do.
Okay, right. Friday, can we have a meeting, but not live?
Absolutely. We even need to have one before Friday, if possible. We can have one tomorrow. If you people are
that's fine. That's fine. I'm available.
Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate this. This has encouraged me. You guys, please, more support me with super chat. More support to that girl, please. Thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate one Nigeria. Yeah, we can have a meeting as early as tomorrow. I'm really available. To be honest.
So you can. Okay, you've got people's WhatsApp that we share the other day. Just send things out, because there are some certain things I don't want to say here. There are some ideas I've been ruminating. So just send that.
Why don't you do this? So you're gonna create, since you are the one who's got it, just create a WhatsApp group with everybody in it.
Okay.
Just, you know how to do that. Just create a WhatsApp group with everybody in it, right? Include everybody in it, and then put out the, say we're going to have a meeting. If it's a Zoom meeting or we can do a WhatsApp meeting, right? Unless we want to see each other's faces, you do Zoom. But other than that, we can just do WhatsApp call as a group.
That's fine.
And then we talk, because we really need to start this, If we can make this happen to tomorrow, I'm available anytime for this reason. For this reason, I will make time. Even though I'm going to be, okay, actually tomorrow, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Oh my God, I forgot. I actually took the time off tomorrow because I wanted to do something. But yeah,
Okay.
so I'm available tomorrow.
We can do it tomorrow, an hour or 2 hours earlier than when we met today, when your program started today.
Absolutely.
So,
I'm available.
Yeah,
So if you
that's good.
set it up, just create that group with everybody's name in it so that we can start to have that conversation. And then now inform everyone that, okay, we're going to be having a first meeting, so time. In fact, if you can do it tonight, so that way it's already prepped, people are ready so that they can make time for it tomorrow. You can actually start creating it right now, to be honest. And then that way people are aware. You schedule the date, everybody's aware, put it on their calendar. So because we need to talk, we got to move, we got to start moving.
Okay, that's
cool. Yeah.
All right.
And there's a way we can also create podcasts. Podcasts are easy to create now. You can do one on Spotify. YouTube now has I was looking into that too for YouTube because I want to try. I'm going to move to podcasts at some point, right? So I was looking at it, just playing with the idea. But so that in case people they'll have the option of listening, to the podcast as I'm streaming live as well and stuff like that. So yeah, it's something that we can definitely do. Now, like this is the start. There's no fantastic planning that is involved. The app, we don't citizen live, citizen reporting, citizen news. We'll have to find a name. We have to register it so that it is a name of a media house. That's how we have to register it. We have to create it. We have to brainstorm a name, create it. Now we have to register it as a company. We register it here in America and in England, since that's where we're starting. That's what needs to happen. So that anything that's coming is coming to the media house and not to anybody individually. That's very important.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, thanks. Okay, I've got to go now. I'll set it up in the next 1 hour.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll look out for it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I know it's very early, but see, this is how we get a new Nigeria. Everybody has to be all arms on deck. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my brother, Tone.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
All right, then. Later. Yeah. F. Emmanuel, you still there here? Thank you. If you are still here, thank you, guys. Let me play this man's video. Good night, Ify. Good night. I appreciate my sister. We'll go talk later. Yeah.
Okay, bye.
All right then. Bye. So I wanted to play this man's video. Let me play it. Mr. Apoki. He always has great wisdom for us. Let me share. It's 19 minutes, so we can spend 19 minutes.
I am your friend, Dr. Charles Apoki. I want to talk about the sardines and the sharks, or whales, if you like. During the sardine season, sometimes in South Africa, I think it's around March/April, in the Durban area, the Indian Ocean, and in other parts of the world, can be different seasons. The sardines migrate as a school of sardines, large mass of sardines. They move in a group and they move in unison. Researchers have shown that by the sides of the sardines, there is a sensor. When one sardine moves in one direction, all the other sardines will follow. And then they move like a large mass. Human beings and eagles and baboons have binocular vision. That is, they can use the two eyes to look at an object and be able to determine a three-dimensional image of that object, height, width, and then depth. But sharks and even whales have uniocular vision. They see with one eye at a time. And so when these sardines are coming as a mass, when the shark looks at the sardine with one eye, it sees a large school of sardines moving in unison. And then it will start to wonder, which new creature is in this ocean that I don't know? And it will shift away. Then there are some over-sabi sardines. They will, when the large mass is moving in one direction, a group of over-sabi sardines, they will move in another direction. And when the rays of the sun shine through that opening, the sharks and the whales will know that this is not a new creature. And so to go there, particularly the whale, and gulp the whole mass of sardines and feed on them, and the sardines will be depleted. So that is how nations are. What has happened between Dele Farotimi and the criminal justice system in Nigeria is a typical example too of another way that the oligarchy fights. The oligarchy will select the most vocal person among the sardines and quack that one and terrorize that one, humiliate that one. That handcuff, though, is it handcuff or handcuffs now that Dele Farotimi wore, is a symbol of an attempt to stifle and cage and frighten the general populace. The symbolism is that, look, this is a lawyer. This is one of your most prominent spokespersons. We can handcuff him and limit him like a common criminal. And that sends shockwaves into any resistance, into any movement that attempts to oppose oppression. When prisons were opened recently in Damascus, there was an Air Force pilot who has been there for 40-something years imprisoned. Another way they do, they can tactfully assassinate one opposition leader. It sends shockwaves throughout the masses, throughout any opposition to them. They can destroy the business of any opposition. And then they can infiltrate the sardines. In Africa, in Nigeria in particular, every major ruling party has destructive cancer cells in any other political party. They have them in National Association of Nigerian Students. They have them in the Nigerian Labour Congress. They have them in the Nigerian Bar Association. They have them in TUC. They have them in Pengasin. They have them in APC. They have them in PDP. They have them in Labour Party. But the most prominent party will provide juicy appointments and privileges for those who they can take away or cause confusion in their parties, in their associations, in their organizations. That's why you see in third world nations, particularly in Nigeria, student union elections, Labour Congress elections, Nigerian Bar Association elections, all these elections, the people in power have interest in them. They will come to the social media critics, human rights activists, they will plant themselves there, plant their stooges. And so those stooges are the ones that will be airing contrary views, antagonizing people, trying to defame people, trying to bring down people. You will see them in the comment section of any post. They are there, but they never get far and their lives never improve. In media houses, they are there. Media houses, they are there. And so that's how they stifle and disorganize opposition. In the Gambia, there was this Jameos, one strong man. All the opposition parties will present presidential candidates, and then they will score the majority of the votes. Until they came together one time in the Gambia and formed a coalition and defeated him hands down. And he ran into exile in the Gambia.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a quote.
I am a man of peace. I don't like military action. Don't like violence. But just for illustration purposes, you see what happened in Syria now? Before now, the Syrian free opposition, whatever, they were fighting on their own. This one was fighting, this one was fighting. Bashar al-Assad had his own cronies, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, Russia, and a few others. When the opposition saw the weakening of Bashar by the truncation of Hezbollah, what is it called? Hamas, and the distraction in Russia, and the excuse me, and the destruction of their mercenaries, they came together, and with a lightning speed, they were able to reach Damascus. They were supported by Turkey, most probably the United States, and Assad fled. That portends a grave warning to Nigeria. Let us take all these small portions of resistance in the north very seriously. Let us not trick them with kid gloves. Let the Nigerian military crush those people very quickly. We are treating them with kid gloves. I said this long time ago. But let me come back to the civil area where change can take place without violence. I want to thank Omoyele Sowore. He has been a unifying force in trying to bring leadership to order. He contested against Peter Obi, who Farotimi is a spokesman for the obedience. But when Dele Farotimi was arrested, he was out. He was the one who phoned the Ekiti Commissioner of Police. And he's been galvanizing action to demand for the release of Dele Farotimi. He didn't care whether they're in different political parties. The same thing with Deji Anyonju. The same thing with Very Dark Man. The same thing with Aisha Yesufu. The same thing with several other people in social media who crave for a better Nigeria. The same thing for Nigerians in the diaspora. The same thing with some lawyers who crave for a better Nigeria. It is this when you whisper, no person hears you. Even if you scream alone, no person hears you. But when there is this uproar of several voices screaming at the same time, it keeps the oligarchy extremely uncomfortable because they need a calm atmosphere to think and oppress. That's why where they live is usually very reclusive and quiet. The schools they send their children to, sparsely populated schools, they don't care paying the high school fees so that only a few people can be in class with their children. Exclusivity and quietness and peace is very essential for the oligarch, the sharks, to eat the sardines. But when the sardines stay together,
data brokers are selling your private information. And in the wrong hands, that information can lead to identity theft, hacking, even having some bad guys showing up
and act together, it frightens the shark and frightens the whales. I have seen baboons. A lion wanted to eat a baboon in the savannah. All the baboons came, jumped on the lion, it fled. I've seen where bulls, what are they called now? Buffaloes, came together and attacked a lion, and the lion fled. Attacked a cheetah, and the cheetah fled. It is unity of purpose that the oligarchy fears a lot. That's why they will say rotational presidency, north, south. Once they bring north, south, they use geography to deceive you, but hunger knows no geography, poverty knows no geography, oppression knows no geography, sickness knows no geography, petroleum product prices knows no geography, poor salaries know no geography in this country. The poverty is all over. They will use north, south, Christian, Muslim to deceive you. That is, they create over sabi sardines with this Christianity, Islam, North, South, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. No. Nearly every person that has come to speak out for Dele Farotimi are from different ethnic nationalities, different persuasions, different political parties. It is unity of purpose. The Bible says, since these people are of the same language and the same speech, language can be your dialect, can be your tribal speech. But when you say hunger in Hausa, and you say hunger in Yoruba, hunger in Igbo, hunger in Edo, and you say oppression in Hausa, oppression in Igbo, oppression in Efik, oppression in Fulani, you are speaking the same language. Then when you say never again in Hausa, never again in Igbo, never again in Yoruba, never again in all the dialects, you have one speech. What we need in this country is one speech. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. That is the one speech we need in this country. Help us to build a nation where no man, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Urobo, Edo, Efik, Igala, where no man is oppressed. That is the slogan for this generation. And when you sing that, you will see many of these people you respect. Their reputations are built with akpu and ewedu soup as cement. They will collapse. They are easily confused. They are easily confused. If they fear unity of purpose, one language, one speech, you will see them running kitty kitty kata kata.
Listen, you want to skip this ad. I would too. But what if I told you there's a skip ads for everybody?
The next generation, somebody said, Dr. Poki, concentrate on international affairs. International what? I live here. I buy petrol here. I buy food here. My wife brought small onion. Say what they have 500 naira, how much? I said, don't complain, plant. Don't complain. I just found out that I could plant rice in my land. I'm not going to complain. If we say we want to plant rice in the Niger Delta. Bayelsa State has one of the most fertile lands for rice production. Herdsmen will not come there to disturb them in Bayelsa. We want to plant rice. Ugili here, we had Rice Mill Street. We are planting rice here. Honorable Samuel Marere plants onions in Evreni. We want to plant rice. We want to plant onions. We want to feed ourselves. We don't need to wait for government. They won't be using 25 kg of rice to bribe you. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. I want to thank God for people like Buba Galadima. Thank God for Showore, Unjenje, Media, K. White, Tony Oribo, what's my Auntie Aduni, Asheku, and several other human beings that have Aisha Yesufu, very dark man, that have stood to fight for justice, no matter fight against oppression. If I mention Abel Damina, now all of them will come after me. Now you sabi. But these people have said the things that are happening cannot continue. Let us think afresh. Even when they don't seem to agree with you, realize that we can't continue like this. I will do another video. Many things are going to be coming up after Dele Farotimi. He has broken the glass ceiling. I remain Dr. Charles Apoke.
It actually sums up what we've been talking about since. So that's it. We summed it up nicely. It's the perfect time to just wrap up the show. Mama Echo, you're coming late, so I don't do wrap
travel to my village.
I know, so you go your village. Voila. So
I am just arriving from the village. Say, make I greet you now for hunger day. How was your day?
We thank the Lord. We're done for today. So let me say really prep for my own time to go chill. So
okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. Hopefully we'll catch up tomorrow. So ongoing, Dele Farotimi has been, they don't put treason on top of the head.
Treason from waiting?
My sister, I'm so seeing.
Where the treason there?
I don't know, treason. They don't charge them with treason.
No, where is there now?
I don't know. I never seen her for the book.
The kidnapper.
I don't know.
The person when kidnap, they are just looking for who to kill self.
And now, Mama Echo, you drop super chat. The video when I do yesterday, now so they collect the thing, they don't demonetize them. So
now so they put those children for treason. Did they understand the meaning of treason?
Well, now treason, they don't carry and go court, they don't adjourn until whether they say the 20th, I think 20th of December. Let me go here.
Hey, why this? Hey, God. Anyway,
you need to watch this channel. You need to watch them from the beginning because there are a lot of things if you have the time.
I
so
will
let's give them for background because I played some videos as well. So
the truth is this: the only weapon we have is this unity of purpose. So.
Exactly, that's the only thing. We need to get that straight.
We need to get that straight.
We need to get it straight. That's the only way we can defeat these people.
I'm telling you.
Quarreling is not going to help us. In fact, they happy as to the quarrel. They say,
exactly.
Fire. May they not know what they do.
At least make every person understand one thing. Obi and Showore, they get difference. Okay?
Exactly.
So this, he talk this, he talk that. We know who he be. There's no point of making it look as if we don't know. But if we even look at the action of Mr. Peter Obi, yes, you get relationship. If you know you cannot separate one from one at this time, you are not supposed to make that trip.
No, that's okay. Let's leave Peter Obi out of it, please. Let's focus on what we need to be doing. Let's just leave it.
I'm just
Everybody
angry with
wants
all
to
this.
dictate.
Where these treason they come from writing a book or what?
I don't know. Now so we hear more. I don't know. I don't know the details.
Now they are blood. Sorry. Now they are red oil. They go spill at the end of the day.
Just drop super chat. That's okay. They're going to take down this video anyway. I already know because we don't use a lot of the words that we're not supposed to. So now the thing. It's just So I don't know. But we have to move behind the scenes. We can't. There's no need anymore. We need to get it together. There's no time to be saying, let's just get something started because this cannot continue. Honestly, the only way we can defeat these people is by coming together as a people. Otherwise, we're just wasting time.
That is just
Otherwise, let's just wait for Bubu to finish, give it to his wife. After the wife finish, give it to Fatima. That's what it
by the
has
time
to
they do that one finish, say these people when they move from Sahara, they enter us, they don't take over.
Now that one go happen now. So that's the thing. So if we don't move now, if we don't get it together, come together as a people and do what is
because
needed,
Burkina Faso is chasing them away, Niger is chasing them away, Mali is chasing them away, and they are heading to west.
Of course.
I mean, we don't know.
So that's why we need to move. We need to move behind the scene. We need to know what we're doing. We can't continue to be divided. We'll be quarreling and be moving along. Anyway, let me wrap up, Mama Echo. I don't tire. I don't do 5 hours today again.
Okay.
We'll talk tomorrow. Try come early tomorrow. So
I'll try.
All right then. Your book will come to, I think, not be tomorrow. I think so.
Yeah, you said tomorrow.
Yeah. All right then. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Bye-bye. Mr. F. Emmanuel, you still here? Mr. F. Emmanuel. I'm sure he's falling asleep or something. Okay, well, everybody, thank you very much for joining. I appreciate everyone that was able to join me today. Thank you, Misty. I appreciate you. Quinty, thank you very much. Kene, Victory all the way. Who else was here? Freedom, Lillian, Amaka, Annie, Tone, Mr. Pereira, Ify, all the people that were on the panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Biboise. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Annie, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Bossa, Biosa, thank you so much. Who else was here? One Love was here. Thank you very much, One Love. God's special grace, I thank you. Who else was here again? I'd like to thank all my guests that were here. F. Emmanuel, thank you very much for being here, for being on the channel. Ify, my sister of life, thank you. Anene, thank you very much. Nwachuku, thank you for coming. I appreciate all of you. I don't take you guys for granted. Mr. Pius, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Who else is here? Sake, thank you. Sake, he was here momentarily. All right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We move, as long as Dele Farotimi remains there. We move. We continue. No giving up. All right, guys. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Have a wonderful night.